Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the George W. Bush Presidential Center, Ken Karsh.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Bush Center for all those who are here in the auditorium and those who are watching via the live stream. Today's event, Elections, A More Perfect Union, is an incredible program and a very important topic. At the Bush Center, we have the honor of working on the priorities of President and Mrs. Bush that they established while they were in the White House and taking on new initiatives inspired by their values of freedom, opportunity, accountability, and compassion. Our mission here is simple. Through policy solutions and public engagement, we work to ensure opportunity for all, to strengthen democracy, and to advance free societies. We combined ideas and action to improve the lives of people at home and around the world. A presidential center is the perfect place to talk about strengthening our democracy, and we're pleased to be joined by representatives of many of the other presidential foundations from around the country. I'd like to also thank our Bush Center supporters, especially those who are with us today, and John Now for his support of our work in strengthening our democracy in particular. We're grateful for his partnership and for being a champion of this important work. And to our partners at the Partnership for American Democracy, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and the Karsh Institute for Democracy at the University of Virginia. We're glad we could all work together to organize this important day. At the Bush Institute, we've worked for many years to promote freedom and democracy around the world. But it's become clear in recent years that more and more Americans are losing faith in our democracy here at home. 5 years ago, we undertook a nationwide polling project in partnership with Freedom House and the Penn Biden Center to understand more about Americans' beliefs concerning democracy. At that time, it showed that nearly 7 in 10 Americans thought our democracy was getting weaker, and we haven't seen much improvement since then. Given the eroding trust in our institutions, it's important for each of us to play a role in restoring that trust. At the Bush Center, we're committed to reversing the slide. We have now reached the moment to call to support our institutions. We should not storm them, nor attempt to tear them down. Our institutions have survived for nearly 250 years, despite the ebb and flow of public opinion. Our founders designed a living framework capable of changing, adjusting, and healing. It's also time to remind ourselves that decency and civility are everyone's responsibility. The 18th century British statesman Edmund Burke taught us, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. President Bush made that challenge personal in his first inaugural address, when he said, "We must live up to the calling we share. Civility is not a tactic or a sentiment. It is the determined choice of trust over cynicism, of community over chaos." A core component of a strong democracy is free, fair, and secure elections. As a rule, this should be easy. It should be easy to vote and hard to cheat. One of the best ways to increase trust in our elections is to participate. And it's a sad state of affairs when the Johnny Depp trial is more popular than the issues in our election. That means more than just voting. It means voting in the primaries, the runoffs, and the general election. But participation is even more than that at a personal level. For example, during our 2020 election cycle, we at the Bush Center encouraged our staff to train to be poll workers, or to provide childcare so others could go to the polls, or to help new Americans decipher the voting process, or find other ways to encourage participation. We practice civil discourse and problem solving, and we hope today's discussions and announcements both provide clarity on many of the misconceptions about our elections and also spur action to build trust in our elections here at home. This work is critical. We cannot take our freedoms for granted. Ronald Reagan made that point clear when he said, "Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same." This is not only important for our survival as a free people, but it is critical for the world because what happens here informs matters elsewhere. With our dysfunction and division here at home, we risk losing the moral high ground that younger democracies look to for courage and hope that they are on the right track. We should be examples for the world's democracies. We must get our act together so we can project that virtue and inspire them. After 9/11, President Bush explained, "We are in a fight for our principles, so it is important that we live by them." That's our charge here at the Bush Center. We are blessed to live in this great country, and it is our collective responsibility to continue to strive to make it a more perfect union. Thank you. And now I would like to turn it over to a message from John Bridgeland, the Executive Chair of the Partnership for American Democracy, one of our partners in today's events and a longtime friend of the Bush Center, who unfortunately took ill and could not be here today, but he's here on the big screen. John.
Thanks so much, Ken, to you, President Bush, Secretary Rice, Holly Kuzmich, and the great team at the Bush Presidential Center for co-hosting this action-forcing event on our elections at such a critical time in our country. And thanks to the other co-hosts, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and its inspiring Our Common Purpose Roadmap, led by David Oxtoby and Stephen Heintz, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and its wonderful CEO, Pat Harrison, with whom we've had the privilege of working on the High School Dropout Challenge over the last 20 years with good results, and the Karsh Institute of Democracy at the University of Virginia, led by the great Melody Barnes, which includes our dear friend, Secretary Margaret Spellings, on its advisory. I want to give special thanks to our Partnership for American Democracy team, Diana, Ashley, Alan, Jesse, Molly, and Nancy, and our National Leadership Council members and partners who were with us today. I wanted so much to be with you today, infectious for democratic renewal, and instead I'm infectious with COVID. So my civic act is not to infect you. When we used to brief President Bush in the Oval Office, he always had a series of 4 questions for us. First, what's the goal? Then what's the evidence-based plan of action to meet it? Who is going to implement the plan with quality? And how will we be accountable for results over time? So as we approach the 250th anniversary of our country's independence in 2026, we wanted to organize an effort that we are launching today with these partners, 9 presidential centers, and more than 100 organizations across the United States called More Perfect, that would meaningfully advance 5 sustainable democracy goals. I want to thank the many representatives of the presidential centers who are with us today and look forward to our work together. Effective democracy requires an understanding of its values, its history, and its systems. So we begin the effort with a focus on increasing civic learning, school by school, state by state. One strategy should be to deploy the great historian John Meacham all across America. Goal 2 expands opportunities for national service and volunteering, so young Americans have a rite of passage as they come of age and learn to solve problems with people of different politics, faiths, races, and backgrounds. As General McChrystal reminds us, you don't have to wear a military uniform to serve your country. And William F. Buckley, that Republican citizenship beckons everyone to be a knight. Our third goal recognizes that our crisis of polarization can yield only to efforts at civic healing, and our social crisis of fragmentation can be confronted only by efforts to reknit social ties. So here come the bridge builders. Our fourth goal focuses on effective governance, including fair and trusted elections, the urgent focus of today's event. And our final goal will work to increase access to reliable and trusted news and information so that we have some sense of shared truth. As we teach a generation coding, we must also teach them the decoding of news and information. For each of these goals, we will have a series of cascading events with our partners, particularly the presidential centers, that align efforts, generate resources, and prompt further action on these 5 goals. Nothing seems more urgent than the bedrock of free and fair elections, fostering a better understanding of how they work, the checks and balances to avoid error and fraud, and how Americans can engage as voters, poll workers, and volunteers. So we begin today our inquiry here as we move into the midterms in 2022 and the presidential election in 2024. This isn't just a day to talk, but to prompt action. And throughout our program, we will be making a series of announcements to move the agenda, together with more than $30 million in new investments in democratic renewal. I'll close by thanking our collaborating partners, the leaders, speakers, and panelists today, the co-chairs of our 5 pillars of action, and dozens of institutions that are crossing politics and other divides to renew and strengthen American democracy. Consider them all guardians of democracy. It is now my great pleasure to introduce a true American treasure, an author, presidential historian, co-chair of the Vanderbilt Project on Unity and American Democracy, and professor of political science at Vanderbilt University. Please warmly welcome John Meacham.
Thank you. Thank you. So speaking as a national treasure, I was standing there and I was thinking, yeah, I kind of am. And my mind went back, it's been about 12 years ago now. I was on the Washington Mall at the National Book Festival that Mrs. Bush organized. And I was on my way at that point to give my talk about Andrew Jackson. And a woman ran up to me, which doesn't happen enough, or ever, actually. And she said, "Oh my God, it's you." And I said, "Well, yes, existentially speaking, that's hard to argue with, I live in Tennessee, so I have to leave the state to use existential as an adverb. And she said, your books have meant so much to me. Will you wait right here? I'm gonna go buy your new book and have you sign it. And I said, "Yes, ma'am." And I stood there thinking, this is the way the world is supposed to be, right? Hand to God, she brought back John Grisham's latest. No. So, whenever I think I'm a national treasure, I remind myself that somewhere in America there's a forged copy of The Runaway Jury. And this is the only audience in America that will appreciate the second part of that story. I was writing the book about President Bush Sr. at that time. It was supposed to be posthumous, but he wouldn't die. Not gonna do it. And I was on my way to see the Bushes, and for some reason it was just the 3 of us at lunch that day in Maine. And as you all know, Bushland was like a WASP Epcot. Gorbachev would be on the putting green, the Oak Ridge boys would be there, but it was just us. And I told the story about being mistaken for John Grisham, and I will confess to you, it was an entirely transparent attempt to get either the former president or the former first lady to say, "Oh, you're so much more important than John Grisham," right? So I cast out the bait, and Barbara Bush looks across the table in that inimitable way of hers and says, "Well, how do you think poor John Grisham would feel? He's a very handsome man." So it was a bad weekend. On to democracy. Washington was riven with rumors as the new year began. Insurrection was a consuming fear. A former governor of Virginia was said to be raising a 25,000-man army to prevent the newly elected president from taking office. Others reported plots to poison the horses of the military, destroy the Capitol building, hang members of the victorious party. Yet another rumor had protesters arriving with concealed arms, bribing federal troops, and seizing government buildings. Treason, a Nashville correspondent warned officials in Washington, is all around you. It was 1860-61. Winfield Scott, the commanding general of the U.S. Army, stepped into the breach. Anyone, he announced, who attempted by force or parliamentary disorder to obstruct or interfere with the lawful count of the Electoral College would be lashed to the muzzle of a 12-pounder and fired out a window of the Capitol. So much came down to a single man and a single moment. The Vice President of the United States, John Breckinridge, who was to certify the election for Abraham Lincoln. Breckinridge was the object of all eyes on Wednesday, February 13th, 1861. It was the January 6th, 2021 of the era. 100 plainclothes police from New York and Philadelphia were stationed in the Capitol, prepared for any emergency. Breckinridge did his duty with, as a contemporary recalled, Roman fidelity, and the nation was saved. As a Kentuckian, Breckinridge, a future Confederate general and member of Jefferson Davis's cabinet, opposed secession at that juncture. And as Vice President of the United States, he honored his oath and acted according to constitutional principles. Democratic elections can only long endure in that kind of moral covenant, a covenant in which we accept commonly agreed upon rules, a covenant in which we see each other not as enemies, but as neighbors, not as combatants, but as fellow citizens, a covenant in which the Constitution is seen as protecting your rights and my rights. It is striking and dispiriting to even have to note this. But we do ourselves no favors by pretending that we're in anything other than an hour of destructive distrust, an hour in which the will to power at any cost is seeking to displace the will of the people. This is not hyperbole, and it is surely not partisan. I am neither a Democrat nor a Republican. I have voted for presidential candidates of both parties. And I speak to you now as a historian of the American past and as a citizen of the Republic that only 16 months ago came as close as we have since Fort Sumter to losing the constitutional ethos that has shaped our lives for almost 250 years. History, though, does give us some grounds for hope. Again and again in the American story, there have been moments when the experiment could have come to an end, the victim of a single man or a single party, and their thirst for dominance at the expense of democracy. Think of the stakes. Democracy depends on elections, and democracy is the articulation, maintenance, and defense of the Jeffersonian rights of innate God-given equality. Equality before the law, over and against demagogues who seek control over the common good. And there is no more vivid contest in which to see that which vision will prevail, that of brute power or that of the democratic rights of all, than in elections. In 1864, 4 years after the drama we just discussed, amid the Civil War, it was a credit to the constitutional system that the election went forward at all, and that President Lincoln was openly committed to accepting an outcome adverse to his own interests. From age to age, what I'd suggest we think of as constitutional character has validated American elections. Constitutional character. In 1800, John Adams accepted a narrow defeat at the hands of Thomas Jefferson, peacefully ceding ultimate power in the new republic. Adams did so because he believed in the Constitution even more than his not inconsiderable personal ambition. A quarter of a century later, Andrew Jackson, who was hardly the most placid of public figures, thundered against what he called a corrupt bargain, arguably the first hashtag in American history, that had cost him the presidency in the House despite his winning the popular vote. Yet that thundering took place from Nashville, not at the head of an army on the banks of the Potomac. Jackson did what statesmen of a constitutional character should do. He accepted the result, however much he hated it, and ran again according to the rules, and he won. At either end of the 1960s, Richard Nixon declined to pursue the closest of results against John F. Kennedy, and then 8 years later, Hubert Humphrey accepted an equally narrow margin of defeat. And in 2000, both Al Gore and George W. Bush demonstrated great constitutional character amid crisis and uncertainty. A winter Wednesday, December 13th, 2000, is a landmark date. In Washington, Vice President Gore conceded the election, saying, "I say to President-elect Bush that what remains of partisan rancor must now be put aside, and may God bless his stewardship of this country. Neither he nor I anticipated this long and difficult road. Yet it came, and now it has ended, resolved as it must be resolved through the honored institutions of our democracy." In Austin, President-elect Bush drew on 1800, on Adams and Jefferson, to call the nation to unity, quoting Jefferson, who said, "The steady character of our countrymen is a rock to which we may safely moor, unequivocal in principle, reasonable in manner." President-elect Bush added, 200 years have only strengthened the steady character of America, and so tonight I call upon that character, respect for each other, respect for our differences, generosity of spirit, and a willingness to work hard and work together to solve any problem. Constitutional character. No matter how our laws are framed, American elections depend upon the character of the powerful and of the people, the character of a Jefferson or an Adams or a Gore or a Bush. That's because elections are not clinical, but human enterprises. And they are the oxygen of democracy, for without them, democracy dies. Covenants only hold when all parties hold up their side, win or lose, and especially when you lose. Our current crisis of character, of distrust and disinformation is far from over. May we draw strength from the storms of the past as we confront the present. In 1864, the Secretary of State, one of the more frustrated would-be presidents in American history, William Seward, told his townspeople in Auburn, New York, "I, like you, am called by my vote to determine into whose hands the precious trust shall now be confided. It is a constitutional trial, and the nation must go through it deliberately and bravely." Now we face our own hour of constitutional trial, of constitutional character. And may we meet that trial with deliberation and with bravery. We owe generations past, and surely owe generations to come, nothing less. Now the smart people will come out. Please welcome the first panel. Our leader.
All right. Hello, and welcome to our first official panel of the day, which is appropriately titled, Our Elections Today. I'm your moderator. I'm Leah Wright-Rigueur. I'm a professor of history at the SNF Agora Institute at Johns Hopkins University. Now, I have the pleasure of moderating what's going to be, I'm sure, a brilliant discussion today with three distinguished speakers and scholars. And I'm going to briefly introduce them now, starting with John Meacham, who you all just met. So John is a historian. He is national treasure. I'll work that in somehow. Money in the bank. All right. So he is co-chair of the Vanderbilt Project on Unity in American Democracy. He's a professor of political science and the Carolyn T. and Robert M. Rogers Chair in the American Presidency at Vanderbilt University. Next, we have Yuval Levine, the Director of Social, Cultural, and Constitutional Studies at the American Enterprise Institute. And then last but not least, we have Rachel Kleinfeld, a senior fellow in the Democracy, Conflict, and Governance program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Now, a few brief words before we jump into our discussion. The goal of this panel, as you may have heard earlier, is to really affirm the role of inclusive and credible election in today's democratic society. Our panelists will draw, of course, on their long and varied backgrounds and various expertises to examine and affirm the democratic process and the significance of elections in our society today. Yet, we're not just here to do that, or as actually Rachel just mentioned in one of our pre-conversations, to suggest that elections are simply important. We all know that. We know that there's no shortage of the sentiment among the general American public that elections are important. But what we're here to do today is affirm the legitimacy of elections, and that yes, our election processes do work when we invest in them, and they have worked and they continue to work. In November and December of 2020, for example, every major election agency in the country, whether it be a Republican, Democratic, nonpartisan, right, across the political spectrum, public, private, they all highlighted that the 2020 presidential election was the most secure election in American history, while also recording record turnout among voters. Elections are certainly complicated, and they provoke the most dramatic of emotions among constituents and citizens. But we also know that the ability to accept the electoral process as credible, as legitimate, even when the results aren't in our favor, is a vital part of the American democratic experiment. It is the central part of the American democratic experiment. And so that's a little bit of what we will be talking about today. So without further ado, I'd like to start our panelists off with a foundation-setting question. And I'm going to start first with John, but I would encourage Yuval and Rachel to jump in because I know you guys have interesting and important things to say on this. But I want you to expand a bit, John, on the comments that you made in your opening remarks. I want you to talk a little bit about our nation's track record when it comes to elections. Right? Have they improved over time, right? Could they be improved over time?
Sure, everything can be improved, and people who win always think it's working quite well. And you know, Bob Dole used to say he doesn't believe polls unless he's ahead, and so that tends to be a perennial characteristic. You know, we've gone from showing up at a courthouse and standing up for your candidate, you know, no secret ballot, to, I would say, a remarkably secure capacity to count votes incredibly quickly. Every election night, I'm puzzled. I can't balance a checkbook, so numbers are not a strong suit. But I'm amazed at how quickly we actually get results. And so there's a technological level of efficiency that seems quite remarkable to me as a humanities person. I'm just in awe of that. Here's the, and I don't want to mention Voldemort, but there's a reason we're sitting here. Mm. A reason we're sitting here. And so I decline to accept the premise of a self-interested assertion and declare that there's some kind of systemic failure. I just don't think that's true. And I think, 70, you just alluded to it, 70 judges, the Supreme Court of the United States with its silence on the matter. What did they find? That there were something like 60 cases of voter fraud in the 2020 election, and most of them were on the White House staff. So I just don't, you know, I mean, apparently Mark Meadows votes in 3 or 4 states. So I just don't accept the premise that our elections are broken. Our trust is broken, and the manifestation of that and the test of that trust is in believing in the results. And that's why I think this is more about character than it is about technology, personally.
Rachel, Yuval?
Sure, I'll jump in. I mean, part of this, so first of all, I defer to John on history. So I'm about to mention history. It's very shaky ground. But, you know, part of this gets to how you conceive of a perfect election. I've done election monitoring in Bangladesh and Pakistan, all over the world. And it's hard to monitor elections because elections are huge human endeavors, and humans are not perfect. God is perfect. The rest of us are doing our best. And, you know, at our founding, you had Hamilton and Madison arguing about this. And you had Madison saying elections have to be perfect. And if they're not perfect, redo, redo, redo. And Hamilton said, they have to be good enough, but we're human. We're going to get them more perfect. And what you need to do is have a system that you trust and that can get more perfect over time and that is not so bad that it's affecting the outcome. But you're not going to have an absolutely perfect election in 13 colonies at that point and the 3rd biggest country in the world at this point. And that difference kept playing out through our history. We've had a lot of violent elections. We've had governors calling out their militias in at least 5 states in the 1900s. We'd had people coming to blows in Connecticut, New Jersey, all sorts of places over elections because we weren't perfect. But by believing in a system and by saying we're getting more perfect, we believe that it's good enough to make these decisions, we've actually created a nation that has lasted for 200 years. Democracies don't last forever unless you keep investing in that greater effort to make them more perfect.
I would only add to this that I think it's it's relatively easy to show on the sort of core questions of what makes an election worthwhile and legitimate that our elections have gotten much better over time. If by that we mean more people can vote and there's less fraud, there's just simply no question that American elections today, the United States to begin with, look, the American Constitution was ratified by what was at the time the most democratic election in human history, but it still allowed only a very small portion of our society to vote. Over time, more and more Americans were allowed to vote, first through lines of race, then through lines of sex, and over time, from de facto to de jure, it became possible for anyone who wanted to vote, who was an American citizen and an adult, to vote. And at this point, that is essentially the case. It is a huge advance over where our country has been for most of its history. And there is far less fraud in our elections than there would have been in any point in the 19th century, at almost any point in the 20th century. It is much easier to vote, and there is far less fraud in American elections now. And so in that straightforward sense, there's no question that we have improved. Where we have lost ground, as John says, is on the question of trust. And I do think there are some historical parallels to think about. John mentioned a number of the most important ones. Maybe I would only add the 1876 election, which was a very close-run thing. In 1876, there was, in some ways, it's the best analogy to 2020. There was dispute about counting. In a variety of states, there were multiple electoral vote ballots from several states, some large states, and there was no president decided within a week of the inauguration. They could not arrive at a decision. Ultimately, it worked out. Ultimately, the loser accepted the loss. Ultimately, the country accepted it, but ultimately felt a lot like this. I mean, the process of getting there was very messy and very dangerous, and it resulted in some legal frameworks that are still with us to allow us to deal with these kinds of problems. What's necessary, what's essential is trust. I would only say trust is what was missing in 2020. The system itself worked extremely well under very difficult circumstances in the middle of an unprecedented pandemic when nobody knew quite how to work around the challenges people had of getting to the vote. The election worked in every state. What happened until January 6th was every state certified its electoral votes in accordance with how its people voted. All the states sent Congress exactly what they should have sent. And then there was a breakdown in Congress. And that breakdown was not about the election system. That breakdown was about the loss of trust in our political system more broadly. Clearly a problem that has to be dealt with, but it has to be dealt with from a point of view that understands that our elections work well. The problem we have is a collapse of trust in our larger political system, and that's where we have to work.
Okay, so all three of you have mentioned trust and the breakdown of trust and the loss of trust. So I want to turn our attention to that. And I want to think about the dark side of things. I want to think about what happens when that trust erodes, when it disappears. You know, what does democracy look like at that point once trust in our elections is gone, right? And so we heard that amazing statistic earlier that I think 7 out of 10, people feel that they can't trust the elections or the election results. If we look at the numbers in terms of confidence in Congress and the process, those numbers are astronomically bad. But what does it mean beyond the fact that people don't trust the institutions? What does it mean for other industries? What does it mean for other institutions? What does it mean for the question of democracy more broadly?
I'll answer your dark side question very quickly and more darkly. It's over. It would be over. What happened? What does it look like when you don't have trust in elections? You have people sack the Capitol. We don't have to imagine what that is. There's video of it. We watched it. It's Hobbes. We all want to live in John Locke's world, where the state of nature is that we all recognize each other's equality. In fact, we live in, I believe, Thomas Hobbes' world, which is the state of nature is one in which life is nasty, brutal, brutish, and short. And I don't think I'm being hyperbolic. Democracy does not survive without that trust.
So I've worked in a lot of countries where there is not much trust, and it is not pretty. It gets to your point about Hobbes versus Locke.
Which is a sentence you want to say on Wednesday afternoon as much as you can.
None of us want to be here discussing our own country this way. I have a whole career discussing other countries this way. When trust is like society's immune system, it lets you fight off problems. It lets you deal with invaders, intrusions. If you lose trust, you can't do those things. It also makes you richer. Societies that have more trust have higher GDP. You can have more business deals across different groups. When societies lose trust, people start doing business only with people like them. And it makes everybody poorer. It makes it harder to move things around the country. It makes it harder to move goods. So it's not just that it results in war, which it does, that it results in higher murder rates, which it does throughout our history from our founding, but it also results in everybody being impoverished in very real ways. And so building back trust, it doesn't mean to be Pollyannish. Some level of distrust is always a good thing in a government, but we need to have some faith in our fellow citizens. And with that faith in our fellow citizens, some faith in our system. Otherwise, it doesn't work. You can't run a country that way, and you resolve back to a state of nature.
Yuval?
I would certainly second that. I think trust is the magic potion. Trust is the secret sauce. We can persuade ourselves, as we as political scientists do, that it's all about the system and the rules and the mechanisms, but none of those things are of any value if people fundamentally do not trust each other. And at that point, none of it is able to work. I think this also brings us back to the basic question of elections, because in a certain sense, elections are the linchpin of legitimacy. They're the reason why everything else, all those rules, all those structures, have the confidence of the public. A system like ours that tries to balance empowering majorities with protecting minorities, as our Constitution tries to do, is a combination of majoritarianism and counter-majoritarianism, things which are in tension with each other. We try to do them at the same time. And the reason we can is that ultimately everything falls back on elected officials. Ultimately, there's a sense that this all has to answer to us. And if we don't have that sense, if the election result is not what determines everything else, but rather is, like everything else, determined by the fight between the parties, if it's just another one of the contested areas that we're fighting to control and command, then everything else becomes impossible. The arena where we resolve differences, the space where we settle our disputes peacefully, becomes a place that's closed down, that's just another battlefield. And without that core sense of trust, that belief that everybody comes into this ready to win or lose, we're following the rules and we'll see what the outcome is, without that, nothing else is going to work.
So, Yuval, let me ask a follow-up question on that. So one of the things that we've seen historically, but also in, I think, larger maybe geopolitical context, is that trust seems to go hand in hand with winning. Right? So people are more trusting if they feel like their side has won. But as you've pointed out, as we've pointed out here today on the stage, accepting loss is also an integral part of this. But it seems like it's at odds, perhaps, with the idea of building trust. Yeah. So I'm wondering perhaps if you can talk about this idea of being the ability to accept loss, the ability to say, my side hasn't won in this election, and how we work that into an understanding of trust.
I think we have a number of key mechanisms for allowing people to accept loss. One is those counter-majoritarian institutions that protect the rights of minorities, that say to lose is not to lose everything. It's not to lose your basic rights. It's not to lose your community. It's not to lose your control over your life. It's to lose the commanding heights of governance for a time. And second is that for a time, that no loss is permanent, no win is permanent, no faction is permanent. We're not just a country divided in two, and the question is which side domineers the other. We find ourselves as individuals in all manner of different kinds of parties and factions. Sometimes we're part of a winning coalition, sometimes we're part of a losing coalition, and when we lose, we have the sense that next time we could win. If that's not the case, if it seems to us that the factions are permanent and that everything depends on winning or losing, then the stakes become so high that you can't accept the contest. You can't say this is up to the voters now when what's up to the voters is everything. And so some constraint on politics, along with a sense that none of our coalitions are permanent, that these are different fights over different things, and sometimes I'm in the majority and sometimes I'm in the minority. I think all of that is what we stand to lose through the kind of polarization that we're witnessing now. We come to a point where it seems like everything is a fight to the death, and it's all the same fight. All the different arguments we have are all different ways of asking the question, are you on this team or are you on that team? That's where a democracy loses its way, and I think we've got to recover ways of differentiating, of allowing questions to be settled at different levels of government, in different institutions of society, at different times in different ways, so that we don't get to a place where everything depends on the election result, because at that point, we're asking too much of elections.
So, Rachel, I want to turn to you for a second. A couple of years ago, there was a really fantastic book that came out called, How Democracies Die, right? We've all heard it, sure. And I think a lot of Americans were really kind of moved by the idea, or those Americans that read it, they were moved by the idea that democracy can die in this country. Now, you have a comparative perspective where you've looked at countries where democracy has not existed, but I think also where democracy has collapsed. And I'm wondering if you can talk a bit about that, perhaps specific instances. I know you've mentioned Bangladesh, you've mentioned Hungary. Is there a comparative element, particularly for a place like the United States, where there's this really, I think, pervading assumption that democracy just exists? It's not something that, as we've talked about, has to be worked on. It's not something that can be undone, and we're at the cusp of seeing that undone.
It's a great question. So I think a lot of Americans feel we're in the world's oldest democracy. It's been around a couple hundred years. It'll live another couple hundred years. But no system lives forever. And Rome fell. The Greek city-states fell. We are the oldest democracy that's ever existed. And some people take a lot of comfort in that. And they think, oh, it'll never break down. They're kind of, I've got 2 young children, kind of like my young children who think, oh, mom and dad will always be there. We can be as mean to them as we want to be. They will always be there for us. My kids are right, but we are wrong about our democracy that way. I think the better way to see American democracy actually is like an old house with funky plumbing. When we go around the world, I'll get back to that. When we go around the world, and America does, we support democracies all over the world. We don't build any democracy that looks like ours. We don't build what's called presidential majoritarian systems that have first past the post elections. To normal people, what that means is when you have a system with a president and a legislature that can be of very different parties and that can fight, you have a legitimacy issue. And in democracy studies, we look at that and we say almost all countries like that have failed. There's only been about 5 that lasted more than 50 years. 3 of those, have now failed. So it's us and Costa Rica that have kept their systems more than 50 years. And we don't create first past the post elections generally, because if you can get 50% plus 1, there's a lot of incentive for voter suppression, for violence, and we see those systems creating violence all over the world.
Wow.
And so when we go around the world, we build different systems. We didn't know that. We were the first democracy in a long time when our founding fathers built ours, and they did a great job. But the plumbing's a little funky. And so it's better to think of our democracy as like an old house where you're careful what you flush. You just have to be a little more aware of the fact that it can fall apart, and you don't want to pay the plumbing bills, and you might not be able to fix it. And take a little care of this democracy, which is beautiful and able, and it's a strong system. As you've all said, we've got these majoritarian systems, these counter-majoritarian. It works like a beautiful clock when it works. But it's not always going to be there if we're not careful with it.
Yes, good question. Is there any other, I'm embarrassed I don't know the answer to this. We're actually not a first past the post system.
Well, we're a
50
plus 1.
Of the second tier of the process. So, one of the things you see in a crisis of trust is, wait a second, this isn't even a majority deciding this because of the Electoral College. Is there anything, I'm a little rusty on my Costa Rica politics.
America's a real unusual system. Argentina tried to copy our system. Venezuela tried to copy our system. Neither of these, Argentina is a democracy, but it's had some trouble. It had a big populist wave. Venezuela is not a democracy anymore. So in Latin America, 100 years ago, we did build a number of systems that look like ours, and they haven't done wonderfully.
So, John, you actually brought up something that I wanted to jump into, but since you brought it up, I'm going to ask you first. Let's talk about the Electoral College, right? That's the thing that I think people tend to hone in on, particularly in perhaps like the last 3 decades. There's been a lot of attention on the Electoral College. You know, as I was coming here, I was looking at an op-ed called "In Defense of the Electoral College," and it was followed by another op-ed that was "It's time we got rid of the Electoral College." And so it really does feel, particularly around elections that are contested, that all of a sudden conversations around the Electoral College rear their head, and people hone in on them. The general public hones in on it as this is the thing that is holding us back. And I'm wondering if you can maybe talk, perhaps not a justification for or against,
Sure.
but rooting it in history, you know, what is the purpose of the Electoral College?
I think when you discuss the Electoral College in this particular building, there might be a trapdoor that Ken Hirsch controls, so I'm going to be careful, given the patron. Those are the, sorry, it's true. Those are the rules, right? And so what has happened, and I'll defer to the better experts on this, what has happened in this polarization is there has become, and I think it's a coincidence in some, or a happenstance, is that you've had this geographic sorting where the larger states have settled on, the more populous states have in fact settled on tending to prefer one party over the other. And so over the last, I would argue it's been 20 years, 25 years almost, you have an increasing frustration among folks who are center to center left, thinking, why do we live in an undemocratic country? And the answer, as Yuval is writing about, is that it's not really a democratic country. It's a republic. And I think the arguments for and against the Electoral College are fascinating. We can't get anybody to agree on whether they should go to Burger King or Sonic, so I don't think we're going to reform this anytime soon. And so therefore, I think there has to be as much work as we can do. And it's the hardest kind of work because it requires the losers, the seasonal, those who suffer a seasonal defeat, to say that the overall project is worth the cost. And that requires an immense reservoir of character. And it's incredibly difficult. It's the reason democracies are difficult. It's the reason the whole thing is difficult, is because you can have the substance of the law, you can have the letter of the law, but without our assent to it, without agreeing to follow it, I genuinely believe, and look, I'm one of the last 6 Episcopalians in the world, so, but this is a moral crisis. And I use both those terms advisedly. Moral means how we are with one another. It's about mores. It's about seeing each other as neighbors and not as enemies. Crisis comes from Hippocrates. It was initially part of the language of healthcare. It was the moment in a disease where a patient lived or died. And I think that if we don't have an acceptance of the rules and an acceptance of the results, I don't think the system continues to work. And I think it's replaced, I think you're exactly right, with a kind of oligarchical, quasi, media-driven system, which you study all the time. I'm sorry to be so gloomy about it, but it does, you know, at the examples I shared with you before, the system survived because people took steps adverse to their own personal interests in that moment. And I know you all are better people than I am, that's not hard. But there's nothing harder than doing that. It's the reason the framers were marvelous students of human nature because they understood. They were fundamentally Calvinists. You know, it's that we are depraved, as John Witherspoon taught most of them at Princeton. We are subject to our appetites and our ambitions, and therefore you need rules that keep those appetites and ambitions somewhat in check. What we saw 16 months ago was that the rules they didn't break, but they sure as hell bent, didn't they? And I don't know how, and maybe it comes back stronger, but maybe it doesn't.
Yuval, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, you know, I think that, I mean, first of all, the Electoral College is, like so much of our constitutional system, a function of a compromise between a vision of America as a union of states and a vision of America as a unitary nation. And in a lot of ways, it's also an attempt to smooth some of the rough edges of democracy. There are a lot of ways in which the elections that have been very close in the Electoral College were even closer in some respects. It would have been even closer in some respects had they been just popular elections. In a nation as vast as ours, having to recount 300 million votes would be a challenge. Having to recount Georgia is a little bit less of a challenge. And there are ways in which the structure of the Electoral College, both by encouraging candidates to campaign in states where there are competitive contests, rather than just to campaign where population centers are, and by forcing our system to think of itself, to channel its energies through a set of rules that sort of compels our politics to set a few issues up as the key issues in an election, can be helpful. Now, obviously, there are also upsides to a direct election, upsides for legitimacy, upsides for, in an administrative sense. But I think it's crucial to see that the problems that arise around the Electoral College arise at times of intense division in the country. We've had 4 presidential elections in our history where the winner of the Electoral College was not the winner of the popular vote. And all of them occurred in times when the country was basically 50-50. We're living in such a time now, we've been living in such a time for 30 years, and we've gotten used to it. We think it's normal, but it's not normal. American history generally sees 2 parties, one of which is a durable majority for an extended period of time, the other a durable minority, and then there is some event, some dynamic that creates a realignment, and the minority becomes a majority for a while. We've been living since about the early 1990s in a politics in which each side could reasonably expect to win the next election, to win control of Congress, to win the presidency. And that creates a set of incentives, particularly in combination with our primary system, which did not exist the last few times we had 50-50 situations, that encourages the kind of running off to the edges, that encourages both parties to invest in the most intensely committed voters in their coalition, rather than to invest in finding voters who might go either way. And that creates a dynamic of intense polarization. Polarization and parity are not the same thing. We've had polarized times that have not been 50-50 times. There were deep divisions, even hatreds. There was not much in the middle, but you had a majority and a minority. We're now living in a moment where we have both parity and polarization, and that creates incentives for our politicians that are detrimental to public trust, to put it mildly. And we have to think about how to change the incentives, and that means thinking in ways that really get to the structure of our institutions, thinking about experimenting with various kinds of election reform, thinking about institutional reform in the Congress and elsewhere, because the problem we confront now, our politicians have not gone crazy. They're just responding to incentives that, at this point, encourage them to behave as though they've gone crazy. And we have to change those incentives if we're going to change their behavior.
So I want to go back to this longer history of contested elections, perhaps even violent elections, nefarious elections, but not just historically, also in the geopolitical context. And I want to know, is there any good that we can pull out of these examples, whether they be examples that you guys have mentioned here on stage, ones that you were thinking about, other ones that you can think about? Is there any lesson that we can take from these that are useful to our current situation? What's to start us off?
I thought we were going in order, John.
You want happiness
Rachel?
now? Let me say, I of course want to answer the positive question. I do, but something you've all just said. I think we would be remiss in this conversation if we also did not acknowledge, or at least let me offer you all a theory. For all the 1619 versus 1776, for all of that debate, I would argue that the country we're sitting in and the country that has led to this conversation was actually founded in 1965. Mark Updegrove is here. His man did this. The passage of the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, and the Immigration and Nationality Act, which was signed in 1965, which undid the restrictionist nativist quotas that Coolidge had signed in 1924, which were the quotas in place that was what FDR cited when he could not accept more refugees from Nazi Germany. What unfolded in the middle of the 1960s created, think about this, the first genuinely integrated national electorate in American history happened 54 years ago. So this country, you could argue, and I do the same thing, well, we're 250 years old and you get your tricorn hat out and you fife and drum. It's really about a half century old. And so, and I don't think that I'm not arguing that the debates about race in the country are, that the crisis of trust is entirely about it, but it is surely about it. And therefore, it's part of what we have to think about. And one of the things I admire President Bush, both of them, but Bush 43 for, is his insistence that, in fact, this is a nation of immigrants. It's a nation that we are stronger when we open our arms and not when we clench our fists. And I think that the best thing we can do is, as you've all said, is incentivize the right thing. Because politicians are far more often mirrors of who we are rather than makers. It's the rare politician who's a maker of an era. And that's why we spend time talking about him and writing about him. And I think that's, this is a predictable answer to your question coming from me. When I occasionally talk to politicians, I offer what I call the portrait test. I say, what do you want us to think when we stare at your portrait? It tends to work because most politicians can't imagine a world where we're not staring at their portrait. So they like that. It's like, yeah, well, of course you'll be doing that. And, who do you want to be? You want to be Abraham Lincoln? Or do you want to be a secessionist? Do you want to be someone who built or someone who destroyed? This goes to Lyndon Johnson. The week after Bloody Sunday, he brings George Wallace up to the White House, puts him on that soft couch, and then he looms over him. Says, George, who do you, when they build your grave, do you want it to say George Wallace he hated or George Wallace he built? And so I think you can help incentivize by arguing about how people view you.
I could not agree more. And actually, usually when
No one has ever said that to me, so thank you.
Usually when I talk about American democracy, I say, we're real old and we're real young. We're as a multiracial, fully integrated electorate, we're the same age as most of the new democracies that came out of decolonization. And we need to think about that because that's really how old we are. We have this kind of old plumbing, and we have actually a fairly new...
Are you selling a house or anything?
I hear Texas is a good place to be buying, actually. But old plumbing, but new populace in a lot of ways. And that means we have to work a little extra hard. And I think one of the things we need to work on right now is envisioning what does that mean in the future? Right now, so many of us are just holding on with our fingers to the edge of the ledge. Don't give away what I have. It's a funny viewpoint because actually America is one of the richest countries in the history of the world. We're some of the healthiest people. As a populace, we're doing well, and not perfectly. The opioid crisis and so on is hitting hard. I don't want to make light of that. But we're better than we've been doing for a lot of our history. And so this sense of fear and scarcity and I got to get mine, that, as John is saying, is a moral issue. And I think it's up to us and our many leaders, not just our political leaders, but our congregational leaders, our business leaders, and so on, to start reminding us that there is a future America, a next chapter of America that looks at this multiracial electorate, this Republican system, and says, what do we want to be as a country next? Where's our place in it, builder or hater? And then what do we want to envision for this next chapter?
I want to really build on just that theme, because I think if you step back from our politics right now and ask yourself, what are we talking about? The answer is not the future. We're not talking about the future. We're asking the question that a society that has lost trust asks, which is, can we make it? Can we survive? But the United States has got a lot going for it, and what it needs is a politics that is building for a stronger future. That kind of politics would be less contentious, because it would really be about what could we have that we don't have, not about fighting to the death over what we do have, but about how can we turn this into something more. That's a politics that offers more questions, that offers more options for coalitions, that's not stuck at 50-50. Each party is not just persuading the country that the other party is the biggest problem it has. Neither party is our country's biggest problem. Our country's biggest problem is this loss of trust and this loss of sight of the future. And if we could see the future, then we could see past the other party and could really also find ways to work with the other party.
Okay.
To answer your question, that I prevented us from doing, and so I take the blame.
You kind of answered it. You kind of answered it.
The example I would argue is 1933 forward. That 100 years ago, this felt a little bit like this, right? You had the 1920 census was the first time more Americans lived in cities than on farms. The immigration quota, as I mentioned, this founding of the second Klan, which was in 1915. There were 5 United States senators, something like 20 members of the House, and 5 governors were members of the Klan 100 years ago, including the governor of Texas. Also Indiana, Colorado, Oregon, and Georgia. And so, and in my native state, we had a trial about a theory that parents didn't want taught in the schools because they thought it was disturbing. It was called evolution. So radio comes in 1921, widely commercially available, and by 1924, so you had this was unfolding. The history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes, as Twain said. So what happened? The Depression happens, the crash happens, and what Roosevelt proved was that because democracies could produce the conditions for prosperity and could provide some measure of security, which is the theme that Eisenhower picked up 20 years later and said famously, no party that wants to take away Social Security will be that would be political suicide. By proving that the state could in fact help shape the marketplace, it proved that in an era where dictatorship was on the march, democracies could deliver. And so I would argue that the closest we've come to losing, there's Sumter, there's 2020, 21, but probably third is 32, 33.
So I think we have time maybe for one more rapid fire question. And this one is the big, visionary thinking one. And that is, what are institutions either doing or what can they do, I think, to help instill trust and faith in our electoral process, in elections, in election integrity? We know that it's so important, particularly since it's a cornerstone of democracy. So what's happening out there that we can talk about, or what could these various industries and institutions be doing?
First of all, I think looking at just what's happened is, I want to go to Yuval's point here about what can happen. I think it's worth looking at FDR as one moment of change. The progressive era is another. People think of the progressive era. We were last this polarized in the Gilded Age, and we're facing similar levels of violence and so on. And what the progressive era did, which people think now is a left-wing movement, but actually Theodore Roosevelt ran on the progressive ticket. It was a movement of both parties for change. And one of the changes they brought in was ranked choice voting, later got pulled back. But one of the ways that ranked choice voting helps, and it just got passed in my native Alaskan state, is that it allows people from the same party to run against each other without being spoilers. And one of the positives about that is that you can pick your flavor. You know, you're a very left-wing Democrat or you're a pro-business Democrat. You're a conservative Republican on social issues or you're a business Republican. You can pick against pick your party, but pick from a number of folks. It's a very important sort of way to pull back from the kind of extremism, and it's happening in certain places. Other things that are really important are localism. That's another reason I go back to the progressive movement. You know, if you were for playgrounds, you were progressive. We didn't have them that much, but also if you were for prison reform, they covered the gamut. Some of their ideas were good, some were really awful. So I'm not talking about the ideas themselves, but the methodology of localizing, you could act. I think now a lot of people feel a sense of lack of agency. I mean, I used to work on my truck. I had a great GMC pickup truck when I was younger. I loved that truck, and I could work on it. Now, I can't change a spark plug in my car. I have no idea what the electronics do. That's how we feel about all aspects of our lives right now. Agency is important, and local action is important. We still have trust in the local level, and there's a lot of things that we need to be doing at the local level. And so innovative cities, innovative mayors are trying to do things like democracy in one room, deliberation, participatory ways of distributing their budgets. Lots of ways to give people more agency and more understanding of what's going on under the hood of our democracy. And I think we need to build on those.
I would just stress what Rachel says. I think if you want to be hopeful about America, you've got to look at it from the bottom up. And that's not just how things could work, but also how they do work. In a lot of places where you have to solve problems, people just solve problems. It can get to even at the state level, if you think about it. I live in the state of Maryland, which isn't far from Washington, and yet feels pretty far from Washington in its politics. We have a Republican governor, a Democratic legislature. It doesn't really occur to them that they could just stand on opposite sides and talk about each other. They have to do their jobs every day. And in a lot of cities, politics works that way. In a lot of American civil society, there's a problem here. And the problem is not the other people. The problem has to be dealt with by some form of common action. And I think ultimately our national politics is going to have to learn from the local level and in some respects the state level that in order to overcome division and difference, you have to focus on concrete, practical work. And at this point, too much of our national politics is basically symbolic debate about cultural issues. And it's very hard to overcome differences when the difference is the subject and all you can talk about is the other party.
I'm all in favor of this sense of neighborliness. I will say, someone tweeted some months ago that if Doris Goodwin and Mr. Rogers had had a one-night stand, I would have resulted. Doris was very upset. She was like, well, couldn't we have fallen in love? I said, no, he picked you up in the bar at C-SPAN. That's what he did. But I think it's religious. I think it's about citizenship. I think it's about customers. If you want to keep customers, you want to keep a democracy. Do you want to have to pay off various oligarchs to sell your products? I don't. You know, if you don't have democratic capitalism, what are the alternatives? Kleptocracy, oligarchies. You know, so I also think it's a huge issue for the faith community. You know, and look, Jesus was preaching into a complicated climate. You don't issue commandments if people are already doing it, right? If everybody had been loving their neighbor, he wouldn't have thought to say love your neighbor, right? So I think we can learn from that.
All right, so there are a lot of lessons to be learned, and I want to thank our panelists for their words of wisdom, for their brilliance, and for their expertise. Thank you all. And we hope you will join us for our next panel, which is coming up in the next few minutes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Executive Director of the CAA Foundation and co-founder of Civic Alliance, Natalie Tran, along with Senior Vice President of Emerging Issues at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, Michael Carney.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Carney.
And I'm Natalie Tran. Hello.
There is nothing like following some of the smartest people in democracy. So, you know, give us your forbearance. I'm from Washington, and I'm here to help. And I actually hope that we can help. We were talking in the green room with some of the election officials who are actually responsible for administering our elections. And we were talking about the difference between theoretical and kind of practical applications. And what I'm going to talk to you about today is the business community's commitment to really making a difference. As Bridge said earlier, we hope that this is an impact-forcing event. So at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, we have made a generational commitment to the most important business in America, and that's the business of democracy. In January, we announced the launch of the Civic Trust, and this is a multi-year commitment by the Chamber Foundation, and by the U.S. business community to ensure that the next generation is better informed than the last. It is also a commitment to ensure that our democracy is as strong as we need it to be to ensure our continued prosperity. The Civic Trust has 3 pillars. One, we're focused on civic knowledge, and we're doing that through a number of programs, one of which we're testing called the National Civics Bee. And we're doing it with local chambers of commerce in communities around the country where we try and educate and engage middle schoolers so that we want to ensure that every American, whether they're going to grow up to be a plumber or a president, has the knowledge, the skills, and the disposition to exercise their rights and fulfill their responsibilities in a democracy. The second pillar is that we are trying to elevate civics and increased appreciation for democracy among those who might have begun to take it for granted. Finally, and the part that I'm most excited about to share with you today, is civics at work. We heard before that trust is the secret sauce. Well, if you look at the data, there are a few institutions that are more trusted than employers right now. So with that comes a responsibility to use that trust for good. So we are developing programs, and we are launching initiatives that are intended to bring civics and democracy into the workplace. The most mature, and the one that I'm going to announce now, is our Civic Time Off initiative. The Chamber Foundation, and employers around the country are going to be offering employees paid time off to volunteer as nonpartisan poll workers in advance of the election. We know how hard it has been for election officials in all parts of the country to recruit and staff for elections. So we want to make sure that we are protecting the architecture of our democracy and ensuring that the business community is helping ensure that we have the kind of strong democracy that enables our continued prosperity.
Thank you. So the headline out of the 2022 Edelman Trust Barometer is that the most trusted institution in America today is not government, nonprofits, or media. It's actually your own employer. 74% of Americans trust their employers the most, making the employer-employee relationship incredibly valuable. The Civic Alliance wants to leverage that trust and give corporate America the tools they need to be the cultural civic force of civic engagement across our country. So since our launch in 2020, we've grown to a robust network of almost 1,300 companies, from Airbnb to McDonald's to JetBlue. And we launched our Election Day of Service initiative as a platform to really get companies to support safe and accessible elections. Our Election Day of Service initiative, we are so excited to bring back this year and expand it. And this initiative really helps companies do 4 critical acts of service. So 1, recruit poll workers. Companies were so critical in solving the poll worker shortage in 2020. Civic Alliance member companies such as Old Navy and Target provided their employees paid time off to vote, and they donated media to help amplify the need. And together, we helped inspire 700,000 Americans to sign up to serve as poll workers, and we're gearing up for super exciting midterms. 2, we help companies offer space to vote. We know that this is a really critical need for election officials all across the country. We helped connect our Civic Alliance member companies such as Uber, Kimpton Hotels, Live Nation, and many sports arenas such as the State Farm Arena, home of the Atlanta Hawks, connect to their local election officials and offer up hundreds of new polling places all across the country, and we're excited to expand those efforts this year. And 3rd, help companies provide employees paid time off to vote. Just like you said, this is such an important role, and we're so excited to announce that 98% of our member companies will be giving their employees time off to vote this year, ensuring that millions of Americans all across the country will feel supported by their employer when they go to the ballots this November. And 4, in light of the serious threats that our local and state election officials are facing all across the country, we are so proud to announce that in partnership with the brilliant Ben Ginsberg and his organization, the Legal Election Officials Legal Defense Network, we are going to be providing an opportunity for in-house attorneys and legal teams inside companies to volunteer and support and defend election officials. So yes, as you can see, we have been very busy at the Civic Alliance, and all of this is just a snapshot of our work. I'm joined today by my colleague Stephen Levine, who serves as the director of the Civic Alliance, and we can't wait to meet each of you because we're so excited by the opportunity that we have to activate corporate America. By giving companies the tools they need, by creating the spaces for them to engage with their peers and experts, we have seen companies really step up into the role of civic stewards. Okay, our civic moonshot is presidential election energy and turnout during every election. The only way we get there is with your help. We want as many companies as possible to sign up and join our cultural shift that we are creating. So if you have business leaders or companies in your networks, please connect us. If you are a civic expert or you lead a national organization or association, we want to get to know you. So I invite all of you to visit civicalliance.com or find me and Stephen at the bar afterwards and let's get to work. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next panelists and their moderator. From the Dallas NPR affiliate KERA, Chris Boyd.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. Our panel includes Joanna Lydgate, who is with the States United Democracy Center. Then in the middle, we have Maggie Toulouse-Oliver, who is New Mexico's Secretary of State, and Bill Gates, who is chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. Thrilled to have you all here. I want to start with this. Has this distrust in election results that we've seen recently been driven by actual evidence of malfeasance or by something else?
Definitely not driven by actual evidence of anything. What we're seeing right now in this country, and I can speak to the national trend, nobody can speak better to the facts on the ground than these two, is a systematic effort to undermine the integrity of our elections with zero factual backing. And really the way we think about it at States United, we provide legal support and research support to state officials who run, oversee, protect, defend our elections. The way we think about it is, it's basically a 3-part playbook. It's change the rules and change the referees so that you can change the outcome. Changing the rules is, the bills we see being introduced across the country that would interfere with the way elections are run, election hijacking bills. Change the referees is an effort to run election deniers against the really amazing people who stood up on both sides of the aisle and protected our elections in 2020. And of course, the worst case scenario would be an ability to change the outcome. But these two are evidence of, they are two of the many thousands of incredible officials across the country who are such experts at what they do and just so good at it.
And I would say, in Maricopa County, I think everyone's familiar with what we've gone through, the audit put on by the Arizona State Senate. I would argue that Maricopa County's election in 2020 is the most scrutinized election in the history of the world. I really think so. And you go through all that, and there is no evidence.
That's right.
And what they've done is they've sort of asked these open-ended questions and made suggestions, but never been able to point to specific fraud or to systemic fraud in particular. And what we've done on the Board of Supervisors is responded each time with one report responding to the cyber ninjas, a 100-page report going through step by step. There's no evidence. All they do is they ask these questions, these open-ended questions, and then that is seized upon, sadly, by other Republican elected officials to point to as proof of systemic fraud.
We had our own little version of the Maricopa audit in a small county, a small rural county in New Mexico recently, Otero County. We had a cyber ninja type, if you will, audit that was conducted. And what I found hilarious In addition to the fact, first of all, it never should have happened in the first place. The local county commission decided to let it go ahead. And now they are venue shopping to other county commissions across the state to try to get them to engage in the same thing. But they're coming forward with these supposed algorithms that these supposed experts have cooked up. And first of all, Ontario County, very heavily Republican, went very strongly for former President Trump. What was to audit? But their algorithm suggested that the vote should have been much higher, much, much higher. And so that is the supposed evidence. And it's really scary when you can, as you said, Joanna, basically come forward with nothing and convince a governing body to do this type of thing.
Just briefly, I want to talk about standard verification and auditing processes that happen before and after every election. People might want to know, if there was something askance, how would you know?
We could be here all day talking about the efforts that go into long before the election and long after the election to ensure an accurate count. It starts with logic and accuracy testing of voting tabulators before they even go out into the field to make sure that they're counting ballots accurately. It goes to training of poll workers. It goes to extremely detailed chains of custody so that we know at every time where every ballot box, every tabulator, every poll check-in station is and who is using it, and that only authorized users are using it. But most importantly, every single process that we do on the front and back end, including 3 levels in my state of canvass and a post-election audit and automatic recounts, if you want that too, we have bipartisan and transparent processes in every single step of this process, with eyes on every single step.
And I think that's a great point, is that this isn't happening in a vacuum. There are incredible levels of checks and double checks, but we have the political parties there. They're part of this. For example, in Maricopa County, the audits, now I'm not talking about the state Senate audit, but the hand count audit that we do after each election, it's the parties who conduct it, okay? So they're involved in that, and that is a very important part for people to understand. And this is what I say to people. And again, sadly, there are so many people in my party, current elected officials and folks that are running right now for statewide offices, election positions, and others. The big lie that they're pushing, it assumes that literally thousands of people are in on it.
That's right.
That's the only way that this works. And I think people need to realize this. You could have a couple sort of rogue actors, and there is fraud. And we find it every year, and it's prosecuted. But what they are alleging, including the former president, is systemic fraud that literally would have involved a conspiracy of thousands of people.
So the fraud that you do find here and there every year, what does that look like?
Well, I mean, it could be, for example, we have mail-in voting is very significant in Arizona. We've been doing it since the 1990s. Let's say, for example, sadly, and we had some of these examples in 2020, where you had a person in the house passed away, okay, and a family member voted that person's ballot. It's things of that sort that we're seeing, onesie twosies.
Case by case basis.
Case by case.
People registered to vote in 2 different states. People registering under a false name. Very rare, but it does happen.
And Chris, as a former prosecutor, I'll just say, when there are instances of fraud, which again are, start with a 0.00%, there are also really strong laws in place and really strong accountability mechanisms. And I think part of this is about Americans better understanding the system. I was so happy to hear earlier the emphasis on civics education. And really, I think a lot of people are used to, they drop off their ballot, they get their sticker, that's kind of the last they think about it. But there's amazing people who are making sure that the system functions and that it's accurate.
Some folks who really like a candidate who lost, a party that didn't take an election, might think, well, why not contest everything just to be sure? What is the effect of frivolous or fraudulent claims of election irregularities on our ability to trust elections overall?
Well, I think it's been huge, and I can't capture it better than the last panel did, but I will say this was not only the most heavily scrutinized election, not just in Maricopa, but across the country, also the most heavily litigated election we've ever had. And judges on both sides of the aisle, Trump-appointed judges included, rejected all of those claims. I think the problem we have today is that those lies haven't gone anywhere. So we all watched an insurrection on January 6th. There's been a quiet insurrection that has continued since then, and it hasn't been televised. And what we're seeing is a distrust that feeds continued election lies, conspiracy theories, again, completely unfounded, and now this trend of people running for office, on those lies as a campaign platform. So we have a lot of work to do in this country to spread good and accurate, truthful information. I think that's one thing that, certainly everyone in this room and everyone in the business community and sort of elsewhere can be thinking about in this moment.
I also sort of worry about the boy who cried wolf effect. I mean, if every single little possible thing is challenged and frankly, not just necessarily questioned, Bill's getting a call, I'm getting a call, a county clerk in my state is getting a call, but, federal court, state Supreme Court. At some point, if every little problem is that level of a problem, then nothing's a problem, right? And so we'll all start to tune out and not pay attention to the real issues that do need to be addressed every single election.
And so my background before I got on the Board of Supervisors was one of the things that I did in my free time was I was an election lawyer for the Republican Party. So I trained observers to go into the polling places and the lawyers that assisted them. I don't have a problem with lawsuits. I don't right? I don't have a problem challenging this. There's a system and it works, and obviously 2020 heavily litigated. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is when that process is completed, people continuing to push forward. For example, in Arizona, an extra legal audit by the state Senate. I call it extra legal because it wasn't in law. Yep. They made it up as they went along. Those are the sorts of things that erode at the foundations of democracy.
How does the cost of an audit like that compare with the cost of a standard post-election audit that might happen every time a contest is run?
The financial cost or the?
Well, let's just talk about the financial cost, yeah. How does it compare?
I think these folks are grifters. Because they are raising tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars. They may be spending some of that money on the actual act of the so-called audit. In New Mexico, it costs us maybe $10,000, $15,000 to conduct our mandatory post-election audit. For the Otero County, just again, one very small county in New Mexico, $50,000 contract was awarded. And that's to say nothing of the money that they raised from the Big Light community on top of that. And I'll tell you what, we have no idea where that money is going. I'm guessing straight into these folks' pockets.
And I would say the same thing in Arizona. We're not sure how much the state Senate audit cost, but I can tell you just for Maricopa County alone, the cost to Maricopa County taxpayers has been northward of $6 million. For example, they took our elections machines and our tabulation equipment, they used it, we can't use it anymore. So we had to get rid of it. So that was $4 million to get new machines, new tabulators. Then we've had legal bills. I mean, we have been, there's been a lot of litigation. My colleagues and I were one vote of the state Senate away from being held in contempt and possibly jailed. And now we've been the subject of a criminal investigation from AG Mark Brnovich, which is based on the Cyber Ninja report that was handed to him in September of 2021. So we're talking millions and millions of dollars because, in part, there's no roadmap for this. There's no statutes that anyone is following.
And you see this spreading all over the country.
Absolutely. I mean, it's in many states right now. And I think a thing that I think about a lot is that the American people don't want this. We know that not only from recent polling about, people are tired of hearing that Trump won. It's the least desirable candidate quality right now. But also that people really believe in a system where every vote gets counted and the winner of the race wins. I think it's 77% of Americans say that they care about that more than they care about their preferred candidate winning. So there's a reason we have the system set up the way we do. There's a reason that we have people who are experts, trusted experts to run it. And they do their, as they've described, they do their auditing procedures, and they have lots of different ways to make sure that the findings are accurate. And I just think that the point that you made about the cost, we really have to remember it's not just about whatever these companies are being paid, it's also about the time, the toll for all of the good public servants who are subjected to this. And their time is taken away from things they need to be focused on, like running the next election.
A survey conducted by the Brennan Center for Justice last year found that 1 in 6 elections officials across this country, that's 1 in 6 of thousands of people, have experienced threats. I wonder if both of you could talk a little bit about how you've been affected by this.
Yep. So unfortunately, that's something that my colleagues and I have experienced. Again, I think in particular because it has been very high profile in Maricopa County. On the evening of January 6th, 2021, my family and I, we spent the evening at an Airbnb in Scottsdale because that's what we were advised to do. There was a guillotine that was set up outside of the Arizona Capitol that was for the Board of Supervisors. We had the night that the state Senate was 1 vote short of holding us in contempt. At my house, we had 2 sheriff's deputies that were there overnight. That's the only way that we were all sort of able to sleep, because we thought that folks may come and sort of finish the job that the state Senate failed to do. And it affects our staff too. They get phone calls, saying that their boss should get a Alabama necktie. It's just awful. It's reprehensible. And, for me, I ran for office. I'm sort of, prepared for exposure in some of these issues. But for our good elections workers who feel like they have to have a gun when they go out, how did we get here? Yeah. I mean, so it is a major concern. And I really am trying to figure out how we reach out to the next generation of elections workers and encourage them to continue to do the job.
Exactly, and I, at first was reluctant to tell my story because I didn't want to add fuel to the fire, but I think it's very important that we do tell our stories because we are human beings, we're people with families. I spent all of the Christmas holiday between Thanksgiving and January 6th, basically in 2020, 2021, somewhere else than my home in Santa Fe because I was doxxed. My picture was placed on a website with a target over my face. There was a Bitcoin wallet that was collecting donated Bitcoin for bounties on my head and the head of 70 other election officials across the country, calling us enemies of the people. Like you, I had to have state police detail for part of that time, and I was able to go home briefly for Christmas. The worst part is I'm a single mom, and I have a great co-parent in my son's dad, but to keep him safe, I sent him to go stay at his dad's house, and I relocated myself for the bulk of that Christmas holiday. Now, I'm safe, I'm healthy, I'm alive, my family is safe and healthy, but not only was that emotionally painful, obviously, but of course now I'm heading into this next election year, and Bill, I'm sure you and your team, and that's the other thing, the toll that it takes on our staff, as you mentioned. We're human beings all trying to do a really important job. As was mentioned on the last panel, we're not perfect. We are never going to be because we're humans, but we're human.
Is it harder to retain staff?
Oh, gosh. Hiring qualified staff and poll officials, and quite frankly, the burnout that my staff is going through, the burnout that county election staff are going through, it's really bad right now. And if we want to keep our democracy as professionalized as it is and continue to grow it and improve it, something's got to give.
Unfortunately, these stories are representative of what we hear all across the country. You mentioned the 1 in 6 statistic, but that same Brennan report also found that 1 in 3 election officials says they feel unsafe in their job. That's absurd, it's shocking, it's un-American, it goes against everything we stand for as a country. And Mr. Chairman, you said I ran for office, but you did not run for office expecting to be dealing with this kind of stuff, nor should you, nor should anyone. And we definitely see the pattern of targeting families, targeting children, spouses, doxing. you know, when I talked about this trend of trying to kind of replace the referees, replace the good people who run and oversee our elections on a bipartisan, nonpartisan basis, this is part of it too. It's not just about running people against them, it's also about really, I think, trying to drive them out of office with threats and harassment. And the ultimate fear, of course, is that good people who are committed to this work, who are the experts in the work, won't want to do it anymore.
And I would agree with that, but I've been very pleased that our workers in Maricopa County who have been subjected to so much have stuck around. We've actually had very little turnover. I think they're committed to the effort, but it takes that type of commitment. And again, the burnout that they talked about, that's a real issue, and we are headed right into the 2022 election, but unfortunately, we keep getting pulled back to the 2020 election. And on that point, I want to be very clear. I'm not opposed to audits. I support audits. What I'm opposed to are audits that are run by partisans, that are not experts, and that's my concern. And that's, again, what the Arizona State Senate audit was.
Well, let's get down to brass tacks on that, because Bill, you're a Republican, Maggie, you're a Democrat. Some people might assume that because that's your party affiliation, that carries with you into elected office. Can you talk a little bit about the vows one takes when one accepts a position such as either of you have?
Well, first and foremost, we swear an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America, the Constitution and laws of our state. Period, end of story. Do we have occasional discretion in our duties where we have to make judgment calls? Yes, but you know, if you look at my record, I've run, I guess, 5 general elections, either run on the ground as a county clerk or overseen now as a Secretary of State, 4 presidential elections, and you know, different folks have won different races. We've elected Democratic governors under my tenure and Republican governors. We've elected Democratic and Republican members of the House of Representatives. And so I think, you know, if you sort of take the totality of the work that we do, you know, if we were just throwing elections left and right all the time, I think you'd see a trend towards different outcomes.
Yeah, and you know, for us, we're actually have 50 lines of business that we're in at the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. So this is just one thing that we do. It's very important, but it's one thing that we do. And the structure that we have a county recorder who has part of the responsibilities for elections, and then the 5-member Board of Supervisors has responsibilities. So we're bipartisan, and that's what it's all about. I was originally elected to the Phoenix City Council, which is nonpartisan. I view this as a nonpartisan role, period. And I took 2 oaths. I took an oath as an attorney and an oath as a member of the Board of Supervisors to follow the laws of the state of Arizona and the Constitution of the United States. That's my role. I understood, as well as my colleagues did, that when we voted to certify an election in which Joe Biden won Maricopa County, we knew that we were all putting our political careers at risk, but none of us had a second thought about that, because this is what we had to do. And so, yes, have I disappointed a lot of members of my party? I have, and they've been vocal about it. And you know, but I have to accept that, because this, as the earlier panel talked about, this democracy and whether we continue, the house with the squeaky pipes or the faulty pipes continues, is dependent upon all of us doing our jobs.
That's exactly right.
We've talked about groups raising objections without evidence to election results that they didn't care for. What about people who run for public office? Do those who don't win have an ethical obligation to concede clearly and publicly that they have been defeated?
Well, absolutely. I mean, that's the foundation of our system, that, you know, the winner will win and the loser will concede the race. And, you know, as was discussed earlier, that's what we've always seen in this country. I want to just add to the point about the elections that you guys oversaw. You know, there were also Republicans down the ballot who won those races, right? And you know, it's one particular race that we saw so heavily contested. So, you know, I think this trend is something that is, all of this is new to us as a country. I understand the historical comparisons, of course, but what we're seeing today, you know, this is all really unprecedented.
We've also arrived at a moment when people who claim that election results can't be trusted in various parts of the country are now
throwing their hats in the ring to run for office themselves. I'm curious about how any of you thinks that might sort of complicate the next few years.
I'm deeply concerned about it for a number of reasons, not the least of which is I'm very active in our National Association of Secretaries of State. I'm the immediate past president. We are the oldest bipartisan organization of elected officials in the country. And we have a proud history of that bipartisanship and coming together at the table. And have there been difficult conversations? Have folks raised voices? Absolutely, over the years. I am positive, and I hate to say this, but I am positive that we are going to have folks come into this organization next year who look out. We're all looking out the window and we're all saying the sky's blue and they're saying, no, it's purple. And if we can't even have a basic agreement about what color the sky is, so to speak, we're going to have a really hard time moving forward. And of course, there's plenty of other very obvious reasons why people getting into office for the sole purpose of being able to oversee the election in order to help one person win is a problem.
Yeah, and so on that point, they're doing one of two things. Either they're going to do what they're saying they're going to do, which is to put the finger on the scale in the favor of their party's candidate, or they're being incredibly cynical. They think that they can say this to get the votes, and then once they get in office, they're going to act like, you know, all these other secretaries of state and other elections officials have. And I think some of them think they're going to do that, and they don't realize they're playing with fire. They're playing with fire when they do that. And those folks who voted for them because they thought they were going to put the finger on the scale, they're going to be very disappointed. This is, again, the thing that the earlier panel was talking about playing with, playing with our democracy and putting it at risk in a way that it really has rarely ever been done before in our history.
It's a dynamic that is really pervasive. It's 2 out of 3 races for governor and secretary of state right now in this country have someone who's an election denier, and about half of the races for attorney general. And those are just the statewide, right? And these are people who are Stop the Steal supporters. These are people who continue to deny the results from 2020. Some attended the rally at the US Capitol on January 6th. So it's really serious. And the reason our democracy prevailed in 2020, in my view, is because you had a handful of really strong election officials who stood up and who did the right thing. And many of them were Republicans, and they put country over party. That's right. So I think we need to take people at their word when they say what they're gonna do if they're elected. And we've seen what some people will do when they're elected and how important that is to our country.
Just to go back very briefly to the question of violence, and I'm sorry to dwell on this, but often when we hear about threats of physical violence in particular, the solution is increased law enforcement presence everywhere, including at polling places. I see you shaking your head.
Can't do it. Yeah, it's such a, and I'm sure Bill can relate to this at the county level even more than I can right now. It's such a challenge because, of course, we want voters to feel safe. We want poll workers to feel safe. We want to know if there are threats to public safety happening in or around polling locations to prevent that from happening. So it's a real challenge because we cannot have uniformed law enforcement patrolling polling places because that has an intimidating and chilling effect. People will not turn out to the polls. In fact, it was a huge tactic during the Jim Crow era to have police patrolling around polling places to discourage folks from voting. So we have to be really creative and think. So for example, in my state, we have a huge partnership between federal, state, and local law enforcement at every level that we are in constant communication in and around Election Day in a virtual situation room so that if an issue does arise, we can immediately dispatch the appropriate level of response to deal with that issue in that moment, as opposed to, but it's hard. It's challenging to do that.
Yeah, and we have a similar structure in Maricopa County and in Arizona. There are things that for example, we didn't know that Maricopa County was going to become ground zero immediately after the election. And so as a result, as I've said before, that area outside of where the ballots are being counted sort of became Lollapalooza for the alt-right. And Alex Jones and all these guys were out there, and it became a dangerous situation. Our sheriff's department stepped up very quickly. Some of those costs that I mentioned to you, hundreds of thousands of dollars in fencing to fortify, to protect all of our elections workers who are in there counting. And then also, when the ballots are coming back from the polling places, we have sheriffs along with the caravans to protect them in case, you know, some people decide to engage in you know, funny business as well. So it's something that we take very seriously. We didn't expect what we saw in 2020, but still Sheriff's Department and other local law enforcement stepped up, and we are getting even more prepared in 2022 because we're concerned that people may say, hey, let's, you know, like TSA, let's test things out here for 2024. So we've got to be ready for everything.
I come from a law enforcement background, and I'll just add that, you know, I think we at States United, we work with an incredible team of policing experts and law enforcement leaders across the country who did an amazing job in 2020, really sending a message to the public that voter intimidation wouldn't be tolerated, protecting polling and counting sites in a way that was, you know, appropriate. And of course, law enforcement can and has been weaponized, and it's a difficult balance. But certainly the law enforcement leaders we work with would tell you that when they take that oath to protect their country, to protect their community, and to protect the Constitution, that's an oath to protect our democracy. And the role law enforcement plays here is really critical, and especially when it comes to now what we're seeing in terms of threats to election officials and the real need for accountability at the national, state, and local level.
Should there be criminal or civil penalties for people who allege elections malfeasance without evidence?
I'll let you guys take that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't support that. Again, you know, we need to make sure that we don't chill free speech. I have no problem with this. Again, if they have concerns, we have a process. They can go to the courts, and they have, the First Amendment gives them that right. But the First Amendment also gives me the right to speak out against that, for my colleagues and I to debunk. And that's what we're trying to get more Republicans to do in particular, is raise their voices. Push back on this. Say, this is not accurate. This is misinformation, and provide more and more transparency about the elections process. As I said when I became chairman this year, I said, I want this to be the most transparent election we've ever run. That's the way to address this, not by silencing speech by threatening criminal penalties.
I think the criminal penalties are appropriate when violence is threatened. And I agree that people have the right to petition the court or petition whatever the appropriate legal or other body is to have due process, to vet grievances, et cetera. You know, the courts, I think, you know, can and rightly should impose sanctions on folks when they do bring frivolous lawsuits. And that's part of, you know, in terms of the lawsuits we've had to deal with in New Mexico, and especially the more particularly frivolous lawsuits that have been brought, we've pursued asking for sanctions. We've pursued, you know, potential disbarment, or at least an investigation by the local state bar. You know, we want that accountability to keep it from to send a message that this will not be tolerated.
We've seen, you know, sanctions across the country. We've seen bar complaints filed successfully against lawyers who litigated those frivolous cases. You know, lawsuits, of course, against the insurrectionists, and all of that, I think, is really important. Part of this has to be sending a message that there are consequences for stepping outside the bounds of our democracy.
Are there concerns that all of this skepticism about whether people can trust elections keeps people from bothering to show up and vote at all?
I would say, as a Secretary of State, and I consider myself the cheerleader for democracy in my state, that is my number one concern, is that all of this will have a chilling effect. And I will tell you right now, we have a primary election that we are undergoing already. It's on June 7th in New Mexico, but we are in the early voting period. The numbers are low. Now, half my state's on fire right now, and that's another huge problem. I'm dealing with the very real issues of trying to help people vote when they're being displaced from their homes. So on top of everything else, all the other challenges. But the mis and disinformation and the effect of that, it is chilling, and that's intentional, and that's the problem.
Yeah, and I would agree with that as well. And the even bigger concern is that people, they don't trust the system. They think it's all rigged, and they stop voting, and then they pursue other things like what we saw on January 6th.
That's right.
That's the real harm. Yep. That's the real danger. That's why we've got to pull these people back in and have an agreement. Let's both parties, because it's happened in both. We've had a lot of Democrats over the years who have also questioned election results. I'm not comparing it, but it's happened on both sides. We've got to have a sort of responsibility by leaders of both parties that we need to respect. If there are issues, we raise them, we go through the courts. If there are ways that we can improve elections, let's do it. Let's go to the state legislature, let's pass those laws. But when it's done, respect the results and move on. We heard all the examples through our history today of when that has happened. We've got to live up to that.
That's right.
I think it's all about uplifting facts, as I said earlier, but also uplifting the people who do this work. And it was really fun to sit in the audience next to these two. And, you know, one Republican, one Democrat, I'm sure they don't agree on everything, but just to watch them sitting there nodding, like everything, you know, they agreed on.
This has been therapy for us today. It's really good.
And I think the American people need to understand, you know, the real truth of who runs our elections and what a great job they do. And I think if we can tell that story, then people will stay engaged. And they need to watch these races at the local level. So we're also trying to get the word out about that.
Yeah.
So working at the polls is kind of grassroots civic engagement, right? It doesn't pay well, at least in Texas. I don't know if it pays well in New Mexico and Arizona. What will people learn if they sign up to be a poll worker about the process?
Yeah, no, I mean, I wish we could get everyone to do it. I wish we could take every single person through our election center, show them the process, look at the checks and balances that we've talked about, look at the processes that are always followed. The good people who are doing this, they're not deep partisans. I mean, some of them, they have strong feelings, but they believe in the system. So if we could do that, and again, we're trying to do that through our website, putting little videos out there, showing people that process, showing how we have, when we have adjudication over a vote, right? Well, what was this person's intent? Were they voting for Biden or Trump? We've got a Republican and a Democrat sitting there coming to a determination. And if they can't come to a determination, an independent coming in. I mean, it's everything that people would hope it is. That's how the system is. Can we do better? Always. But if they would go through that, I believe that they would have much more faith in it. But instead, they're going on Facebook or worse, and they're hearing stories, they're getting disinformation on social media, and that's what they're believing.
I echo everything Bill said, and in fact, I've started stepping up how I talk about this and challenging every single person who's out there alleging that the election is rigged, supporting or taking part in a so-called audit, an extra-legal audit. Get into the polls and work the election next time around. I really think it has the power to change minds on this issue, but more importantly, put your money where your mouth is. If you really think elections are being rigged in this country or in your state, get in and work the polls yourself and make sure that's not happening.
Very quickly, a lot of people may just get their news from the internet or from TV and may not be quite sure what to think about all this. Can you still be a good and devoted Republican or a good and devoted Democrat and accept the fact that someone from your party did not win?
Absolutely. That's it.
I mean, just ask Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know a lot of people call me a rhino, but I'm still a Republican. I still believe all the things that I have since I became a Republican when I was 18, when I started the Teenage Republican Club at my high school, and I was a college Republican at Drake University, and when I was an election lawyer for the Republican Party. Nothing has changed except I said the truth, and my colleagues did too, and a lot of people don't want to hear it, or they do want to hear it, but they're scared to raise their voices. There's an incredible amount of intimidation going on that I never thought we would see in our country.
Thank you all for this discussion and for the work that you do.
Thank you.
And next, I do want to introduce our next speaker. Please welcome Ashley Kwaku.
We just heard such powerful testimony from these dedicated election workers about the ways that they are working every day to ensure safe and secure elections, and how they've been wrongfully targeted with intimidation and threats of violence. So to support besieged public servants like these, and to educate and engage more Americans across sectors in better understanding how elections work, the checks and balances that help us to avoid error and fraud, and how Americans can also participate in elections as poll workers and volunteers. The Partnership for American Democracy is proud to announce a new community election protection program. This program will work in 5 battleground states to empower business, faith, and community leaders with nonpartisan technical support and resources that can help them proactively educate their constituencies about the election process, provide them with credible sources of election information, and speak out on behalf of the professionalism and patriotism of election workers. We're very grateful to the generous support of the Skoll Foundation for their founding investment in this work. And now, not to keep you away from your break for too much longer, let's now transition into a 15-minute break. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence your cell phones. Our program will resume shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence your cell phones. Our program will resume shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, Patricia Harrison.
Good afternoon. What a powerful video. And one of the reasons that we're here today, certainly one of the reasons that the Corporation for Public Broadcasting is here today, CPB serves as the steward of the federal appropriation, which is the largest investment in public media, the largest single source of funding for more than 1,500 locally owned and managed public radio and television stations, and we reach 98% of the American people throughout the country. So we talked about trust today, and at a time when trust in institutions continues to decline and the spread of disinformation is increasing, public media is still ranked as America's most trusted institution for news and educational programming. And especially if you think of programs such as PBS NewsHour and Frontline, our children's content that educates and also promotes respect. One small step which brings people together to discuss their differences in what I would like to say is a safe place in which to debate. And this content is so important. Think about the Memorial Day and the 4th of July concerts, where we all put aside our differences, we come together, we celebrate a shared history of this country, and we need more events like that. CPB has made a very long-term commitment to support content that truly educates and that informs. And for the past 15 years, working with PBS, NPR, and public media stations, we have invested more than $150 million to increase the capacity of local and national newsrooms and for international journalism. Right now, our journalists are in Ukraine, breaking through the disinformation as the Russians assault Ukraine. This investment in terms of information and our resources over a period of time have really helped us address different issues such as the dropout crisis, and it helped to move the needle over a period of time to increase graduation rates, and we were honored to work with John Bridgeland on that initiative. And so we're here today because we want to be part of this initiative, moving the nation on strengthening democracy. So I am announcing that CPB is increasing support for our American Amplified Journalism Initiative to nearly $1.4 million. And what this means is that public media stations in 26 states will now have the resources and the editorial guidance they need to develop frequently asked questions about elections and voting for the 2022 midterm elections. And we plan to expand this effort to all 50 states by the 2024 elections. We're also providing $750,000 for a 2-year reporting project through Public Radio's WAMU's talk show, 1A, Remaking America, and that's going to examine the forces behind a growing distrust of institutions that are really dividing communities and eroding our confidence as a nation. So we welcome this opportunity to be part of More Perfect, to really look at ways, measurable ways, that we can renew American democracy through trusted elections and government that is inclusive, participatory, and fair as we approach 2026, the 250th anniversary of the nation's birth. And now I would like to welcome our very distinguished panelists who bring knowledge and commitment to this discussion. What they have in common is years of experience working to strengthen our democracy. Please welcome Ben Ginsberg. Ben, please welcome Ben Ginsberg. Thank goodness. He's a distinguished visiting fellow at the Hoover Institution and serves as co-chair of the Election Official Legal Defense Network. He's an expert in election law and regulatory issues. He served as co-chair of the Bipartisan Presidential Commission on Election Administration, which produced a celebrated report on best practices and recommendations for state and local officials to make U.S. elections run better. Stephen Hines. Stephen is president and CEO of the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, and he's devoted his career to strengthening democratic culture and institutions to better serve citizens. In 2018, the Academy of Arts and Sciences named Stephen one of 3 co-chairs of the Commission on the Practice of Democratic Citizenship in the 21st Century. Next, Brian Corley. Brian is supervisor of elections for Pasco County, Florida, but I found out that Brian comes from Brooklyn. Anyway, since 2007, he has presided over 70 elections with more than 2 million votes cast. During his tenure, the Pasco County Elections Office continues to be recognized for innovation, efficiency, and transparency in serving voters. And next, Julietta Henry. Julietta is director of the Milwaukee County Election Commission. She's responsible for managing all of the elections in the largest county in Wisconsin, and she has successfully directed recounts for the 2016 and 2020 presidential elections in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, and she also serves on the advisory board of the Election Official Legal Defense Network. So we have an incredible panel. Thank you all for being here. And what we're going to do, thank you. What we're going to do is turn to the audience. We have some questions, and we're going to begin with one from Harriet Myers, and she asks, how do we entice more people to vote? And then the second question is, why can't we all vote by mail? And let's start with Ben.
Well,
either one of those you can choose.
Thank you for having me. So we can increase the number of people who vote in 2 ways. One is poetry and one is practical. You know, there are barriers to voting that are put up in various laws, and you can get rid of those barriers and make it easier for all legal voters to vote. And different states tackle that in different ways, but that is one thing you can do in terms of making voting more accessible. The other part that's more poetry is the quality of the candidates that we have. And that's a burden on the political parties, really, but the better the candidates, the more people will come out to vote to support them.
Stephen?
So I think in answer to this question, how can we entice more people to vote, I'm going to offer what is probably a controversial suggestion. But Pat, you mentioned the Commission of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences that I co-chaired and that produced this report, Our Common Purpose, Reinventing American Democracy for the 21st Century. And it has lots of recommendations about how to make voting easier. But the one I'm going to focus on, which I think will maybe spark some debate, is we recommend making voting an obligation, like jury service, a universal civic obligation. This is a system that is used in Australia and a number of other countries to great success, that people are required to show up at the polls. They're not required to vote for any candidate or any party. They can choose to vote for none of the above, but they're required to show up. And if they don't, they get a warning and a small fine. You phase these things over years, but what they found in Australia is they get nearly 100% participation. And it changes the quality of the elections because the candidates realize they have to speak to everybody, not just the narrow slice of the public.
Do you have any hope for that happening here?
Not in the immediate future, but I think it was maybe Yuval Levin, who was also a member of our commission, an outstanding member of the commission, who said, if we give people a vision of the future,
yes.
This is where we will move our democracy to, and I think this is one of those ideas.
Well, we have Juliet and Brian, who I just think the two of you are profiles in courage. What do you think of this question, Juliet?
Well, as far as participation is education. It is important that individuals are educated and they know about the candidates that they're voting for. We have tried to encourage voter participation by creating a system where individuals can receive text messaging and email messaging from our office, and you can opt out if you don't want to receive thousands of messages or hundreds of messages. But we try to encourage individuals to just make themselves aware of an election and make sure that they participate in the election. And we have gone out to schools and worked with different organizations that work with young people to encourage their parents to vote. And it's just so many avenues in which you can encourage and to entice more people to vote. It may be hard after the 2020 election. However, I do feel that we have hope, and we know that individuals understand why we vote, and they also understand that individuals have died for us to have that right.
Yeah, I think it goes back to civic education and young kids and starting there. Brian?
Yeah, I grapple. We know this, the voter is the most important stakeholder, and we obviously want the highest turnout, and we're doing okay based on the historic turnout of the 2020 general, of course. And I grapple with incentives and compulsory voting, for example, but I keep going back to, I don't want to have begrudgingly voters kicking and screaming going to the polls. They should want to go. You talk about civic education. What I do when I speak to mostly just about voters, or just about to become voters rather, we have a program called Vote on a Veteran. And basically it's a way to honor veterans and their sacrifices by registering to vote and voting. It's honoring those who wore and wear the uniform. It's been said we've had men and women who have crossed oceans to fight for our freedoms. Some never came back, while others won't cross the street to vote. And when I talk to our young future voters and soon-to-be voters, they get it. So I think having to motivate them to want to vote, I think, is paramount.
I love the fact that your dad was a cop in Brooklyn. I know that's
the 8-1 precinct.
Anybody want to talk about why we can't vote by mail?
Well,
no? Okay, yes, Ben?
Seven states do.
Yeah.
They do pretty well. They tend not to be our largest population states.
Yeah.
But the real reason is that under our system of government, the time, place, and manner of elections is up to the individual states. And one thing we learned from the Presidential Commission you referenced is that one size doesn't fit all when it comes to our democracy. And I think the election administrators know that too. So states have the ability to do what's best for their citizens.
Stephen?
I agree with what Ben said. It's interesting that in the states that do have it, they find that it works quite well. And as we heard on the previous panel, with essentially no discernible levels of additional fraud,
Yes.
So I think over time, more states are going to be looking to, online voting as a possibility. Yeah. They're going to be looking to mail-in voting. Anything we can do to actually make voting secure and easy is what we should do.
I think that's happening with technology. Brian?
I would say, shout out to Florida. We one size doesn't fit all is very accurate. Not only do we have in-person election day voting, we have in-person early voting for up to 2 weeks in addition to vote by mail. In fact, we even changed the request of my colleagues. The legislature changed the verbiage from absentee voting to vote by mail. We have a very sizable senior citizen population who felt the phrase absentee voting made them derelict by not showing up at the polls.
Exactly.
So changing the verbiage to vote by mail to denote it's 1 of 3 ways to vote went over very, very well.
And the same in Wisconsin, it's not referred to as absentee voting, it's in-person vote by mail. You're voting in person absentee. So you're just going to the locations that are open 2 weeks prior to the election, and you're voting in person, your absentee ballot. I also know that some people like to go to the polls. It's a family affair.
Yeah.
They like to take their kids to the polls and then that encourage their children. I have a friend, she and her husband would take their children to the polls. Her daughter now is a judge in Milwaukee, and their son, he now takes his child to the polls. So it's important to note that everyone doesn't want to go vote by mail. Some people really enjoy that civic duty, and they like to walk around with their I voted sticker, and that encourage other people to vote as well.
We do like those stickers. I think we have a video coming up.
Hello, my name is Max, and I'm from Boston. My question is what steps should we take to encourage participation in our democratic process and improve voter turnout for communities that have been historically disenfranchised and underrepresented in the process? Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Stephen, why don't you take that one?
Well, I think that first, and I want to say civic education is really an important part of this, and lots of our speakers today have focused on civic education. I was in a third grade classroom in St. Louis, Missouri in 1960, and my third grade teacher decided to use the presidential campaign as a teaching text, as it were, and she just arbitrarily divided the class half to follow Nixon, half to follow Kennedy, and we had to report every week, and I was in the Kennedy group, and it was the beginning of my lifelong passion about democracy. And it made me want to vote as soon as I possibly could and every time I have the opportunity to vote. So I think it starts young. I think it is part of civics education. But then technically, we have to make voting as accessible as it possibly can be, especially to communities that haven't had it easy in terms of their ability to get to the ballot box. We have to open these vote centers. We have to do early voting. We have to do vote by mail when that's appropriate. Anything we can do, again, as long as we're focused on the integrity and the security to make the process simple, invites people to be part of our democracy.
And you want to see people who look like you at the polls when you go. And so for what he was saying, historically disenfranchised and unrepresented, that's been something that unfortunately has been happening. So you need to increase poll workers from all kinds of backgrounds. So they're there from the community and you recognize them. Brian?
I think the key, it's engagement and educate. Engage the communities that have been underrepresented. You know, where two or more are gathered is my mantra. I'll speak wherever, and you name it, I've spoken there. And let those voters realize why it's important they care. You know, we're going into the midterms, and everyone talks about the historical low turnout in midterms, and I call it the irony of turnout, that those that are the local offices have more of a day-to-day impact, a county commission, a school board, than say a president, and yet the irony is ironic in that it's decreased. And so we need to explain why it's important that any voter, why they register, how they prepare and make a difference, and how their voice counts.
Juliana?
I do know that in Milwaukee, for example, they started adopting polling locations, allowing organizations within the community, sororities, fraternities, to adopt polling location, and it became a little fundraiser for that organization. And I think that was very important to do because it allows individuals in the community to serve the community. And I think when individuals, for example, the sorority that I'm in, we have a polling location and they look forward to coming there every election, if nothing else, to see the people that are working at the polls as well.
That makes sense. Ben?
There's a responsibility on election administrators to be sure that the facilities, the voting machines, the ability to check in, the physical locations are uniform throughout a jurisdiction, which is very important. And then there's a lesson for all communities, which is in our politics today, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And so that goes to the civic education of recognizing the stakes involved.
It's so interesting. Growing up a long time ago in Brooklyn, a lot of immigrants, and they were so proud to be able to vote. It didn't matter what the weather was. I mean, it was what you're basically saying in terms of Australia. This commitment was part of being an American. If you were an American, this is your chance to have your voice. And I think everything we're talking about today is to perhaps encourage that kind of thing again. It's not only a right, it's an obligation. We now have a slide coming up. Or, yes, we do. How do we restore integrity and trust at the local level of voting? You want to take that?
Well, it really is the question of our times in terms of voting and in terms of what we've been talking about and in the great sweep of history that the first panel addressed. The reality is that our national debate over these issues is very poisonous and very polarized, and that on the local level, there is much more of a ability to be able to convince people in the integrity of voting and to trust in the election results. And one of the things you mentioned, the election official legal defense network, which you're on the board, but we have a program where we're going into the most contentious communities, wanting to get the pillars of the communities from all walks of life and across the political spectrum, together with the election officials, to explain exactly the safeguards in our voting systems, because I know Juliet and Brian will tell you can't steal an election and you can check results and they're not fraudulent. But I think the way we have to go about it in the country, given the reality, is at the local level with election officials explaining and the leaders of the community being advocates for the sanctity of the election system.
How long ago was that founded?
About 6 months.
Okay.
This is our first cycle in 2024.
Well, it's very timely. Stephen?
I actually would rather hear from our local election officials.
Well, I would like to thank all of the poll workers, all of the election administrators throughout the country who has integrity. First of all, we have been working elections. Personally, I started in 1990 in the 1900s, but we have been doing this. We've had our boots on the ground, and I don't think I question the integrity of the election process. I question the integrity of individuals who's questioning the election. So we haven't done anything different. Elections occurred. Someone said at a panel discussion I attended a couple of weeks ago, they said it's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. And
Could you say that again?
It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. And that was one of our coworkers from Philadelphia. And it is so true, because what we're finding now is individuals, we're doing our jobs. We have not stopped doing our jobs. And the poll workers, as well as the election officials across the state, across the country, we're going to continue doing our job. So nothing is going to change on our end as far as the work that we do. We're committed. We've been, we do it with a smile. Even sometimes it can be upside down, but we just have to continue. We just have to continue making sure that elections occur, because without us, you're going to go to the polls one day and you're not going to find the poll workers there.
You are one strong woman. Brian?
Well, there's two issues. There's integrity and trust.
Yeah.
Integrity done. What next? Cross off that one. There is integrity. With regards to trust, if nothing else that came out of the multitudes of those who want to relive the 2020 election, they're asking hard questions, as well they should. But where it gets a little challenging is it becomes a giant exercise in confirmation bias. If I have a constituent reach out to me and wants to talk about X or Y conspiracy theory that's been debunked, if what I tell that individual doesn't subscribe to their existing viewpoint or what they've seen on social media, then it's fake. And it becomes whack-a-mole. You'll shoot on this conspiracy theory, well, what about this and what about that? It's never ending. And that's why I'm told I'm the first elections office in the nation to have no social media footprint. Everything we put out information-wise, innocuous voter information, would get hijacked by partisans going back and forth. And so we got rid of it, and we communicate directly with the constituents. And so, trust. I know I've had colleagues that have had open houses, A to Z, an hour and a half, elections, including the logic accuracy test to audits and everything in between. So, I give tours. We're doing everything we can. What's frustrating is we went from having to refute outright misinformation from foreign adversaries in 2016 to trying to refute information from our own fellow citizens, and that's troubling. So we're doing all we can, but again, we're all stakeholders, so we all have a part to play, I think.
Absolutely. We have a video.
My name is Megan Scott, and I'm a student at the University of Dallas. The particulars of election are essentially left up to the states. Should there be more federal regulation of our elections?
Who would like to take that one on? More federal. We voted for Ben. Yes.
Well, look, that goes to the saying of one size does not fit all.
Yeah.
And federal legislation is by definition one size fits all. In the bill, the For the People Act that was before Congress, to give an example, there was a provision that said there would be 15 days of early voting in every state. Well, I think it turns out that there is no state right now that actually has 15 days of early voting. Some have more, some have less. The states adjusted that number to fit their particular circumstances. So I think it's too big a country with too much variation in the communities to have federal legislation really work.
Do you think, Ben, that there could be stronger kind of federal standards that could provide more guidance to the states?
Well, sure, but I'm not sure what those federal standards are, for example. And I think, you know, you get into the granular level of election administration around the country. And what we were told when we were on the commission is what election administrators generally do with the most troublesome situations is to turn it over and get suggestions from the citizens about how to solve the problems for their communities. And I think you would lose that entirely, really. I mean, I think one of the weaknesses of the For the People Act was I don't think they were talking, the people who drafted it didn't talk to any election administrators. That I don't know about you guys, but I heard extreme frustration with the actual people who put on elections about that bill because they were dealing in a different environment.
Brian?
No, Ben's absolutely right. A lot of these, and equal opportunity offender, it happens on both sides of the aisle. It seems like, you know, politics sometimes hijacks election administration. It shouldn't be that way. That should be left up to the candidates, the partisans, et cetera, not the actual election administration itself. And a lot of those type of federal laws or proposed laws has that sort of political feel to it. And to me, that's just not appropriate.
What do you think, Juliet?
I agree with him because a lot of times, some laws, I believe we should have standard laws, like you have to be 18 years of age to vote. But what I don't like seeing is after the 2020 election in 2021, you had over 352 new laws that were created across the, you know, the country that some of them weren't bad, they were bad laws that would allow individuals to become disenfranchised. And I don't think that's fair, that could, you know, something like that could occur.
Yeah, we have to be careful. The next question is from Emery McDowell from Dallas. Do you see avenues for bipartisan election reform that might balance imperatives of both electoral security and equity in institutional access? Oh, go ahead, somebody.
Well,
I think it's access, if I may, I think it's access versus security. We all agree on this. There should be no one that's pro-voter fraud. Everyone, the agenda is very simple. We want all those that are eligible registered to vote and 100% of those individuals voting. It's not rocket science. And with that, you want to have a level of security. As what I've heard stated previously, you know, it's not really where we are today. It's not difficult to register to vote. It really, really is in the grand scheme of things. And it's not overly difficult to vote. On the other side, there's not this massive boogeyman of fraud that's tilting elections. It's by all accounts de minimis. And so, again, playing to both sides, to offend both sides of the aisle, you know, having that access to the ballot box is important, and also having the security. No one is, again, anti-voter security or election integrity. So you have to have both, I think. And it's achievable, certainly.
Seems to be a challenge to get bipartisan anything right now, but Julietta?
We had a situation in 2020 where, because of COVID, and that sometimes people forget that we were dealing with that, there were a number of secure boxes that were placed throughout the city and throughout the state of Wisconsin. And in February, a judge came and said, no, we can't use those boxes anymore. We have to get rid of the boxes. These are the boxes where individuals can place their absentee ballot 24 hours a day, anytime. And by doing that, he also stated, and he did not have any conversation with election officials, this particular judge also stated that you must physically bring your ballot to your clerk's office or put it in the mail. And this really caused problems and issues within the handicapped community, as well as elderly. You have individuals who can't even, they're bedridden, and you have to mark your own ballot. You have individuals who are blind. So there are a number of things that impacted, and that's why it's so important that we look at election reform, because individuals are in silos. They're just making things up because they think they're hurting one particular group of individuals, but in fact, they're hurting the entire country.
Exactly. Ben, I know you wanted to say something.
Well, we're sort of caught in this country in a Gordian knot between fraud and suppression, right? That's the premise of the question. And to untie that knot, you have to sort of look at the reality of what the parties base that on. Republicans are worried about high turnout elections. Democrats are worried about low turnout elections. Yeah. The truth is, 2018 and 2020 should have convinced both parties that that precept is wrong. But fraud and suppression, as the two sides of the same coin, is really kind of locked in through get out the vote messages that are just the historic provinces of the parties, and also the way a lot of consultants make money is the reality. So there is a way to balance legitimate concerns about people thinking that elections are accurate with the ability to provide enough avenues and ease for people to vote.
Stephen?
There is one example that is currently being debated, and that's a bipartisan effort to reform the Electoral Count Act. And that's an important part of this process. It has to do with the process of certifying electors after the presidential election. And as we saw, there was at least some confusion about what the process really is in January of 2020. And I'm encouraged that there are Republicans and Democrats in Congress talking to each other and trying to work on something to clarify, take the ambiguity out of that process. And maybe if that succeeds, that can be, the start of other things that people can do together. I would also just point out that in this commission of the American Academy, we had a very diverse commission. There were 35 Americans from both political parties, from progressive to libertarian to traditional conservative, experts and activists, people who would run for office. And we got, after working very hard, consensus of all 35 members of this commission around a series of reforms that we put forward in the report. That also gives me hope, again, that in the body politic, I think there is bipartisan interest in improving our election system to make it both more secure and more accessible. And if we can build the support of people in their communities, politicians ultimately will follow, I hope.
I think this is what More Perfect is all about, hope and action. I'm going to take a moderator prerogative here. There was one last question. What role can business play in supporting safe and secure elections? And basically, we had a great announcement from the Chamber and Civic Action. And I think, as running the Corporation of Public Broadcasting, I'm on the line to enable our employees to take that time off to be poll workers. And since I'm announcing it here, I guess we're going to have to follow through on it. I spent a lot of time following John Meacham and quoting him, but there's one quote I wanted to share. He quoted Martin Luther King, and he observed that while the arc of a moral universe may bend toward justice, it only really does so when there are those citizens who have a passion for truth, a passion for we the people who make it bend in that direction. And I am very honored to be with the people on this panel who are doing their best to bend that arc in the right direction in ways that benefit we the people and our democracy. So I want to thank you all so much. Really admire the work you do. Please thank our panel. And before we close, I believe that Stephen has an announcement, and he is going to make it from the podium and announce it.
Thank you very much, Pat. As I do this, let me just start. I really want to express my thanks to President Bush and the Bush Center and the Bush Institute for having us all here for this important conversation today. They've done a magnificent job of organizing this. And I also want to thank all of the panelists. I've learned a lot and I've been inspired, especially by all of the election administrators who are really heroes of our democracy. So thank you very, very much. And I have to pay a special tribute to somebody who's not here but very much wanted to be, and that's John Bridgeland. You've heard from John at the beginning on the video. John is the founder of the Partnership for American Democracy. And without John, none of this would have come together. And he is an exceptional civic leader in America. He is a national treasure. And I am delighted to have the opportunity to be working with him and the partnership in this important work. So thank you, Bridge, wherever you may be. So I'm very pleased to have an opportunity this afternoon to announce significant progress toward the creation of a new institution that I believe will have the potential to transform American civic life through sustained, strategic, and substantial investments in the civic vitality of local communities. Today we've been discussing the threats to our elections and the urgent need for election integrity. But our system of self-government is about more than elections. It's about more than the kind of formal institutions and processes of democracy. It is made up of the people, the demos, who experience democracy every day in their communities. Democracy is, in fact, a culture, a civic faith, as John Dewey put it. And just as bridges and highways are the physical infrastructure of our economy, the places and programs that bring diverse people together to improve their communities are the civic infrastructure of our democracy. It is in these places that people learn the habits of the heart, of what it means to be a citizen, what it means to contribute to the common good. And it is in these places and programs where social cohesion is built and civic faith is restored. Research by Robert Putnam and others has shown that in those periods of the 20th century, when civic health and social cohesion were strong, economic inequality and political polarization were low. And just as we have neglected our physical infrastructure, we have also underinvested in our nation's civic infrastructure for far too long. The foundations of our democracy, like our bridges and tunnels, are crumbling. Earlier this month, civil society leaders, scholars, and philanthropists met to refine a proposal developed by the American Academy of Arts and Sciences to create a trust for civic infrastructure as recommended in our report, Our Common Purpose. The trust will provide financial and other resources to citizens working together to solve problems in their communities all across this country. The Rockefeller Brothers Fund will make the largest grant in its history, $5 million, to help start this trust for civic infrastructure if we can at least raise a minimum threshold of $30 million for a 3 to 5 year demonstration or pilot period. And I'm delighted and very grateful to John Bridgeland in his capacity as the executive chair of the Office of American Possibilities, who has pledged to raise an additional $5 million to match what we at the Rockefeller Brothers Fund are going to do for this historic project. And we hope if we can get to the $30 million figure, which as I said is the threshold, that we can launch this trust on an official basis later this year. I think investing in the civic life of our communities is one of the most transformative investments we can make. This is where trust is built. We've heard a lot today that the real deficit in American democracy at this moment is trust. We learned that by working together across forms of difference, different ideologies, different backgrounds, different lived experiences, and we need to invest in those communities and those people who are working together and are building trust from the bottom up. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pat.
Sometimes people talk about freedom as if it's an American value or it's a British value or Western values. The idea of freedom, it's a universal value of the human spirit. And everywhere, anytime, any place people get the opportunity to choose, they choose to be free. And why wouldn't you?
In order to sort of carry the responsibility about your own country by the people, then the best system is through election, elected leadership.
인간의 자유를 잘 보장하고 또 충분히 보장하기 위해서 부단히 노력하는 정부의 형태는 민주주의 사회밖에 없다고 생각합니다.
Too often, democracy is seen as an event which happens once in 5 years. You go and vote. But it isn't. It's much more than that. It has to be.
It's the people who have to take charge of their destiny. If you really believe in democracy, this is how it works.
El futuro de la humanidad es la democracia, porque el ser humano únicamente se puede realizar física y espiritualmente con libertad. Y si no hay democracia, no hay libertad.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 43rd President of the United States, George W. Bush.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Thanks for being here. Okay. Laura and I thank you for coming. I hope you can tell how proud we are of what we built here. And I am really proud of a really good team of people who've made our institute meaningful and relevant. It'd be Ken Hirsch and Holly Kuzmich, our latest addition, David Kramer, Bridgeland somewhere here, or he probably left already. Anyway, he used to work in my administration. I was hoping to get to say hello to him, but he escaped. There's nothing more important than elections in a democracy. And that's what has been discussed on the panels prior to this, and that's what will be discussed by a pretty interesting panel after this. Having gone through a lot of elections, I understand their importance in holding people accountable. I understand the importance of if people are tired of you, you get voted out. The thing about elections that are really important is they provide legitimacy to people who get elected. They provide a peaceful way to transfer power, which makes us pretty unique in the rest of the world. Abraham Lincoln once said, that would be one of my predecessors, the ballot is stronger than the bullet. Pretty relevant these days. I hear a lot about today's political environment There's a lot of angst around the country. People are really worried. They don't like the anger. They don't like the finger pointing. They expect better. And if you got a problem with that, the key thing is to vote. Because the interesting thing about elections and democracy is that it enables our democracy to heal. And if you study American history, you realize that our society's been able to heal itself and improve. That's because of elections. And I'm pretty confident we'll heal ourselves so long as people vote and take their duty as a citizen seriously. I want to thank those here who talked about what it's like to be an election official on the front line. The truth of the matter is, our system works pretty well. We got a large, complicated country with a variety of different interests and states, and yet we've been pulling off elections for quite a while. Have there been aberrations and problems? Yeah, there have been. But the good thing about our society is we correct the problems. We address them. You know, sometimes there are routes, and so there's nobody questions the legitimacy of the election. Sometimes there's nail biters, if you know what I mean, honey. The interesting thing, and this is what will be discussed a little later on, is, and it's hard for a lot of Americans to understand this, but millions of people watch our elections. They pay attention to what happens in our democracy. And the results of our elections obviously have got major effect on people around the world. The way countries conduct elections is indicative of how their leaders treat their own people and how nations behave toward other nations. And nowhere is this on display more clearly than in Ukraine. Ukrainian people elected Vladimir Zelensky, with whom I Zoomed the other day, by the way. Cool little guy. The Churchill of the 21st century. He was empowered by electoral legitimacy. He won 72% of the vote. And now he's leading his nation heroically against Russian invading forces and defending his country. In contrast, Russian elections are rigged. Political opponents are imprisoned or otherwise eliminated from participating in the electoral process. The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia and the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of of Ukraine. Iraq, too. Anyway. 75. Here's the thing, and I hope people take it away from this series of seminars and discussions, is it's really important, and we have an obligation to stay true to our principles by holding free and fair elections. We have an obligation as citizens to take our duty seriously. Good news is 67% of the people voted in the last election. It should be higher, but it's pretty high compared to other elections. Today we're going to, this evening, we're going to explore the intersection between our elections and those conducted elsewhere, and we've got two really important people joining us, really smart people. Natan Sharansky is one. You probably never heard of him. I have. He wrote a great book called The Case of Democracy, which influenced my administration mightily. He spent a lot of time in a Soviet gulag. He knows what it's like to live in darkness and light, and we're very fortunate to have him come. And he'll be joined by the great Condoleezza Rice, Hoover Institute leader, former Secretary of State. One of the great moments of my presidency came when she and Yo-Yo Ma put on a concert at American Constitution Hall. A beautiful, smart, capable one who also wrote a book on democracy, which is worth reading. And she'll be interviewed by Nicole Bibben-Sadaka, who works here at the Bush Institute. Please welcome the three of them.
thank you. We have heard so much already about the importance of elections, about the quality of elections. We've been joined by extraordinary, courageous people who've been on the front lines, boots on the ground, as Julietta said, in American elections. We're going to expand the aperture a little bit to talk about what does it mean, what do American elections mean to two people who have been engaged both in the United States, but certainly in many, many corners around the world. And it's going to be an opportunity for us to also look at what does it mean for American elections as we're looking to the model that it serves to other countries and the impact that it has as the United States goes around the world to do what the Bush Institute and many other organizations are doing, which is supporting democracy and freedom around the world. So I cannot think of two better people to have this conversation with, two patriots, two public servants, two democracy and freedom advocates. So thank you both for being here. Condi, let me start with you. As you have served as Secretary of State and in many other positions, and you look around the world, let's just start with what is the importance of an election, really, to a democratic process?
Absolutely. Well, first, let me thank the Bush Institute. Let me thank President and Mrs. Bush for hosting us again, and it's a real joy and honor to share the stage with you, Natan. Elections are the only way that the people can express themselves. And whenever I hear, well, elections don't equal democracy, I say that's absolutely right. But without elections, you also can't have a democracy. And so I think we have to recognize that what we are doing with elections is to allow people to have voice. Now, in some places, elections are rigged. Or I remember in the last election in Iraq, Saddam Hussein, I think, won by 99.9% in that election, complete coincidence. But when we talk about democratic elections, we're talking about that moment when the people decide who will govern them. And there is no more dignified for human beings, dignified way for human beings to live than to have a say in who will govern them. It's a time at which those who would wish to govern put themselves before their citizens and say, here is how my election will affect your life. It's a time for mobilization of people who have similar views or similar interests. I often tell my students at Stanford, I want you to work in a campaign. I want you to work for an election. Because it's when you see democracy at the grassroots, when you see somebody knocking on 50,000 doors, as the young black mayor of Birmingham, Alabama did in order to get himself elected, it gives you a sense of the energy of democracy. And my great friend George Shultz always wore a tie that said, democracy is not a spectator sport. Well, at the time of elections, we get to show that democracy is not a spectator sport. And so I think there's a reason that Election Day carries such weight in every democratic society.
Excellent, thank you. Natan, same question to you, and we're delighted to have a non-American voice in this conversation too. Just if you can also speak from your experience, just the importance of elections in a process, and also in seeing it in countries where it has not always been taken for granted as we often
My first elections in my life, when I was 20 years old, were in the Soviet Army. I was, for 1 month, a student was sent to training courses. And, well, what is the election in the Soviet Union? All the names are written on the paper, which you simply have to put. But because it is secret ballot, so there is a special room. If somebody wants to write some other name, he can go in this room. So, but in the army, the competition is which regiment, which will be the first to report that 100% voted. So our commander made sure that all of us, like 100 soldiers, will come at 6 in the morning when it is opened. And he said, you have 30 minutes, everybody has to go. And we went quickly to vote. One person, symbol of curiosity, went for a second to this room to show. He immediately got 1 week of cleaning the toilets. Because the commander now he could report, but who knows, and if he changed something, he will be fired. So, in fact, then when I had normal elections, not in the army, I thought it's more or less all the same. People look at this as simply something that they have to do, because if they will not come, authorities will know that they didn't vote, and who knows how it can influence on your career. But there was No, nothing personal. It's like everything else what you're doing in order to keep your life going. In Israel, elections, it's like a whole, first of all, it's free day. And people feel that they are part of this country, that they are involved, that they, we have many parties, so people are very angry that my wife is not voting like me or something like this. But everybody feels that he's part of this. So on personal level, I would say it's this feeling of your personal possession. You're part of this company. On what is much more important, what it means for the leaders. Because from my experience, and you could hear some names maybe here, you can think that the characters among the leaders of dictatorships and leaders of free world sometimes are the same. So what is the difference? Also, what is the same? They all want to be in power as long as possible. But what is the difference? Here in democracy, in order to be in power, you have to make the electorate feel good. You are dependent on the electorate. Look, every day on American TV, whether it is CNN or Fox, it's another poll, or whether a president fulfilled his obligation or not. So it's one-day elections, but it's all everyday test for you, and you're looking for the ways how to convince your electorate. Dictatorship, of course, it's opposite. Electorate depends on you. And the last thing which I want to say from my experience, elections is the greatest tool for integration of the society. In Israel, we have people from all the world. There came 1 million Soviet Jews. You can, in a few years, you can imagine what it means for the country of 8 million people. So there was a lot of bad mouthing, a lot of competition, a lot of irritation. Everybody wanted them, but not when they start competing with you. And at some moment, we as the leaders of this immigration wave, we said we have to start to stop defending ourselves, that we are not liars, that we are not mafia, that we are not this. We said, let's, for one elections, we ask you only for one elections, don't vote left and right. Vote for those who will be representing the interests of immigration. And that's how, for one election, we got 7 mandates. It's a lot. Our prime minister today has 7 mandates. So, and the moment representatives of new immigrants and veteran Israelis were sitting together in municipalities, in the government, in Knesset, they have to accept, even if he is part of the mafia, but it's our mafia. If he is, we have to come to agreement.
Democratic.
It happened to be the great tool of integration.
Yeah. I think it's so important for Americans to also hear the stories of people who have lived without the right to vote and have really felt and experienced that.
If I could just add something, though, there was a time in our country where people lived without the right to vote. So we have to remember that.
Yes.
My own experience with elections is kind of interesting in that regard. So my father and my mother met in 1952. They were both teaching. And they went down to register to vote. And my mother was very pretty, and the poll tester said to her, what do you teach? She said American history. She taught English. He said, you probably know who the first president of the United States was. She said, yes, George Washington. He said, you pass. He looked at my father, built like a football player, huge man. He said, how many beans are in this jar? And of course, my father didn't know. My father was devastated, so he went back to his church, and an old elder said, oh, Reverend, I'll show you how to get registered. He said, now, there's a woman down there, and she's a Republican. And she's trying to find anybody in Alabama who will register as a Republican. She said, so you go down there and you tell them you're a Republican and she'll register you. Oh, wow. And sure enough, she did. And my dad was Republican till the day he died. Wow. So I just have to remind us that it wasn't always easy to vote in the United States, but still, Black Americans kept voting. Another little story, I was about 6. And I was coming home from school with my uncle, and there were long lines of Black people waiting to vote. And I said, if those people all vote, Uncle Alto, that man Wallace couldn't possibly win, because I knew George Wallace wasn't good for black people. And my uncle said, oh no, we're the minority, he's going to win. I said, so why do they bother? And my uncle said, because one day they know that vote will matter. And I never forgot that, and I haven't failed to vote once in my entire life. So we have to remember, we have a history in the United States when it wasn't so easy to vote.
Absolutely, absolutely. As a daughter of an African American and a Central European who grew up under the Second World War, just the idea that both in two different countries far away, very similar experiences, just didn't have any of those rights as early parts of their lives, but that's also what motivates us to fight for the rights that are so precious and dear. Let me ask this one, Kandi, that, you know, obviously the United States is a strong democracy. We have heard and we've seen so much today about how strong our elections are. And January 6th was a reality for all of us, a day where both democracy did hold, but democracy came under very, very real threat, and threat that we had not seen in many, many years. If you can just comment on how do we process that, and then also how do we talk about that when we are going around the world and when we're talking about the United States and its leadership role in the world? I
cried on January 6th because I thought to myself, I study countries that do this. I don't live in a country that does this. But it was jarring, and it was awful, and the peaceful transfer of power is the one thing that distinguishes democracy from authoritarians. One reason authoritarians are afraid of their people is there's no peaceful way to change power. And to not have it recognized and to have it challenged, I thought was a very dark day in our history. But as you said, that night, when they filed into the Capitol after it was secured, and in the most boring way possible, using archaic language, certified the election one by one, state after another, I thanked my God that night for Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and Mike Pence. It helped. And the truth of the matter is, when I go around the world, I tell people that democracy is not perfect. And there will be challenges to it. There may even be challenges by someone who doesn't respect it. But if your institutions are strong enough, then you can deal with that. And so when you think about the institutions that the founders gave us, one of the most remarkable things, and we sometimes don't even realize it, and it didn't work so well at the beginning of the Union, but the president and the vice president are separately elected. So when you heard the roll call of states, it was Arkansas cast 7 votes for Donald Trump and 7 votes for Michael Pence. California has 37 votes for Joe Biden and 37 for Kamala Harris. Separately elected. The one person Donald Trump could not fire was Mike Pence. And so our institutional design is really excellent. So get your institutional design right. And the other point I'd make about the importance of institutions is it gives people a place to appeal if an election is close or if they don't accept the outcome immediately. Bush v. Gore. When the Supreme Court finally spoke, people were willing to accept. And even in some other countries, I was in Kenya. In Kenya in 2007, they had a very bad election along ethnic lines. 1,000 people died in the violence. I went there at President Bush's instruction with Kofi Annan to do a national unity government, and we got one into the violence. 5 years later, they had a bad election again. This time they said, we're taking it to the electoral court.
That's progress.
That's when institutions start to matter.
And I think sometimes we think, oh, if there's a challenge or it goes to a court, that it's a terrible thing, but it's actually just democracy.
It's democracy at work. It's institutions at work, because democracy is the institutionalization of freedom. Our founders understood that you couldn't have what they would have called the voice of the mob, just everybody trying to apply their interest. So that's why we have elected representatives, and that's why we have a constitution, and that's why we have courts. That's why we have rule of law. Democracy is a way of channeling democratic passions.
That's a great lesson. Natan, many look to the United States, for better or for worse, on the model that we are to the rest of the world, and quite often they look when we have elections of what that means for the world.
Just what Kondi told about how it was with black people, I can tell, in 1976, 200 years of American Revolution, somehow Soviet Union agreed with America to have a special exhibition about America. And there was I already am a dissident, I have KGB tales, but I came and to watch the crowd. The entrance is not about what was done in space, about medicine, so it's simply the text of American Constitution, and in freedom and in pursuit of happiness, or something like this. And the guide is explaining 200 years of elections, that all the time they're keeping it, and all these different candidates, and how it works. And people stand in awe, and then somebody's shouting, but you're lynching black people. And it was more rude than black people, but then there was a pause. Then guide started telling about civil rights movement and about Martin Luther King. And again, everybody's they're afraid to repeat it because, but they're admiring all the stories. And then somebody said, but you killed Martin Luther King. And then it tells, yes, but we have our criminals, and these people then are punished, and all the society is against. And then it's telling about how today, what as a result of it, how voting system changed, and how. And I look on my KGB tales, but they are secret KGB tales. Nobody knows that they're KGB. And I say, no, what can you say? And they try to show me that, okay, we cannot say, but it's really, it's something that you're looking up to this. Now, for us, for dissidents, and, of course, we are fighting for human rights, but who cares how to make the world care? And it's clear that there is one country for which human rights, it's their center. And our hope is always with this country. And of course, even if this president, for example, doesn't appreciate enough the importance of linkage. If you remember, it was Nixon and Senator Jackson, our hero was Senator Jackson, and Nixon didn't want this linkage. But it is democracy. If we will make this case popular enough, the next president. And then comes Carter. And I have to say, today I can say many critical things about Carter, but the fact that he brought to the election human rights, and as if responding, we just now Helsinki Agreement, we created Helsinki Group, we are expecting that we will be arrested, and he speaks like our language, and he sends the letter to Sakharov. I was the one who was connecting with it, as if we have, like we dissidents have diplomatic relations with America, for which human rights is important. It was so powerful. And then, of course, well, there was some disappointments with Carter, and then I'm in prison when there comes Evil Empire speech. And that was the best day for me in prison, because how we knew about it, because Soviet Union and all the newspapers was condemning the United States of America. But said America understands the nature of communism. They'll understand how weak this empire is because of the lack of human rights. Everything will, and of course, the fact that American President George Bush met with more than 100 democratic dissidents, and I personally saw what a hope it gives. Yeah. Saadettin Ibrahim would be in prison forever if America didn't care about human rights in Egypt. So, well, I can only hope that those who followed President Bush, both Democrats and Republicans, they had to continue this line, and it's not always. America, in the end, it is the only hope. Because we don't have any other big fighter for democracy and freedom. You have to understand, Ukraine now, the critical moment was when America finally got it, she has to speak about the victory of Ukraine. So it is very critical how America is treating the concept of human rights and of its own elections. The fact that for 200 years you have this system which is working practically without any amendments. It's such an unbelievable example to all of us, including Israel.
Yeah, yeah. So your point is so important because it brings us also to the idea that the United States has allies around in every country in the world. They just may not be sitting in government. They may be sitting in jail. They may be sitting in the street or elsewhere, but they are freedom-loving people. But what we also know is many of the authoritarian governments feel threatened or don't like that the United States is so vocal. And as an example, what we have seen, and maybe Kandi, if you can comment on this, what we've seen in so many places now is that one of the tools that authoritarians will use is misinformation or disinformation and sowing seeds of doubt in democracies. Now, we know American elections have been free and fair, and they have been sound, but we also know that there are real threats at home and abroad. So maybe if you can speak a bit about what that looks like from an international standpoint, that threat of misinformation.
Well, it's certainly one of the tools that, in fact, authoritarians have used forever.
Yeah.
Joseph Stalin used to talk about a fifth column within the United States, and by that he meant disaffected Americans who might be somehow drawn to the Soviet cause. And so the idea was always there that you could stir trouble among Americans because we're an open society, and you can't tell people don't listen to that because it might come from an enemy. And so it's always been there. What has multiplied its effect is social media, the internet, by the way, bots who can multiply the efforts of authoritarians. So while the old misinformation game has been around for a long time, the efficiency of the misinformation game is now significantly greater than it was in the past. And so how do we fight it? Well, the first thing that we do is that we say, for instance, the interference in our elections in 2016, we say, shame on you the first time, shame on us if it happens a second time. Mm-hmm. And I do think that the subsequent administrations and our law enforcement and our intelligence agencies have been much more attuned to the problems of misinformation in the United States and the effort to use disinformation. By the way, some of the Russian efforts were really pretty amateurish. Those were not Americans, and you could tell it immediately. And so sometimes I wonder if they're always succeeding in what they're hoping to do, but it's something we have to fight against. We know that the Germans have been very effective at this. We know that the French have been effective. In some countries that may have less capability in this regard, there are some places, for instance, in Eastern Europe that have been quite affected by it. I think we have to be a kind of clearinghouse for best practices and, if necessary, assistance in dealing with misinformation. The other thing is that we can also flood authoritarians with the truth. Everybody talks about the great days, and I see Pat down there, the great days of Voice of America and Radio Free Europe, and they were great days. But Voice of America and Radio Free Europe didn't spew propaganda. They just told the truth. And they told truth to a population that knew that they were not getting the truth. And so much of what we have to do, I was always asked, why doesn't the United States have better information operations, or why don't we have a better public diplomacy? Well, I would say, first of all, because the United States government's actually, unfortunately, not very good at it. And what we are better at doing is allowing the multiple voices of America to be heard across the world, whether it's through American culture, American sports figures who are extremely well regarded, American business. One of the things that I always say to American business is, you may be the only American with whom people come in contact, so make sure that you treat people well, that you treat them as if they were your own citizens, that you don't foul their environment, that you make sure that their jobs are safe and secure. That's the best argument for democracy that we can make abroad. And so we have multiple ways to get those voices out. And then one final very good example. The Chinese government was lying to its people about the particulates in the air in Beijing. And they were saying air quality was something that it was not. And we simply had an air quality meter outside of the American embassy that was showing what the air quality actually was. And since Chinese citizens knew that they couldn't breathe in Beijing, they started relying on the American air quality monitor. Pretty soon, the Chinese government had to start admitting that it had a problem. So I think we can protect ourselves, but we can fight fire with fire, but our fire has to be the truth.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's the most powerful fire. Natan, you were born in the former Soviet Union in what we now know as Ukraine.
In Donetsk,
In Donetsk, no less.
The center of war today.
Yes, which we should not forget has been under attack not since February, but has been under attack since 2014 and prior to that. And as was mentioned by President Bush, you know, Ukraine is a country, a democracy, a developing democracy with a democratically elected leader that has been attacked by a non-democracy with an unelected leader. If you can just speak to what we're seeing in that region, what we're seeing about the power that the people are now putting, the confidence we're putting in a democratic leader, and what it also means for the Russian people, those who are suffering greatly, as well as those who have been misled by an undemocratic leader.
Well, Ukraine and Russia, in fact, is a good test example of exactly what we are talking about. After all, it was almost one country. I grew in Ukraine, and then I studied in Moscow. It was people shared families, shared everything. When it fell apart, there are many similar things which happened, very weak civil institutions, a lot of corruption, joint venture between politicians and oligarchs. It was in both, in Russia and Ukraine. Where comes the difference? In Russia, there were 2 presidents. In Ukraine, there were 6 presidents. In Ukraine, the right to vote is like sacred right, and people are very vibrant, and people are not happy with the president. They go to the streets, they demand, they write everything, and then they elect another one. In Russia, Putin, who was in fact chosen by Yeltsin, the first president, immediately took control over the press, immediately simply 2 oligarchs who controlled TV and who in fact brought him to power. But the moment they started permitting their TV channels to criticize him, he simply exiled them, took all the property. Then he made sure that oligarchs will never give money to political opponents. So with Khodorkovsky, it was like a message to everybody. You support anybody but me, you lose all your property. And then he took care of corrupt courts. So in the end, there is no free election. In Russia, in fact, in almost 20 years, and he needed to change twice constitution. He changed constitution to before. That by itself changed everything. He needs, as every dictator, to control the country, he needs the war. He needs enemy, external enemy. And he needs a mission for the people, and his own mission. By the way, the beginning, I met him a number of times at the beginning, he was looking for recognition. He wanted very much that Bush recognized him. And then Merkel. Then with the time, he understood all these people are coming and leaving. He's the only one in the world who can be leader forever. He is the most powerful. And he has a mission for his people to restore not the communism, he is not interested in communism, but Russian empire, to bring back all these Russian lands. And for this, he needs also to say, well, people have to fight for some great idea. We are those who liberated people from Nazis. So we go against Nazis today. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, there is very problematic, corrupt democracy, but which has a freedom of vote. They're voting every time for, and so the last episode, very interesting. There is a very popular Ukrainian singer, Slava Vakarchuk, very popular. Suddenly, now in these days, he is, of course, traveling from one hospital to the other, and I see on CNN, they're interviewing him. And they're telling, look, all the singers of the world in order to express solidarity, now they are singing the song, and they hold the flags of Ukraine, and they're singing Imagine, with John Lennon. Mm-hmm. And then she asked, no, what you feel? And she's very excited with it. And he's a little bit embarrassed, and he says, well, we are grateful for solidarity, we need your support, please continue, thank you. But I have to say that to speak about the world without nations, there is nothing to die for, we want a world with free nations, and we are ready to die for our nation. And that's, well, I was very happy to hear it. I know him, well, believe me, he says it not because he read my books, but because they really feel they want a world of free nations, and they're ready to fight and die for this. And that's the difference in this war between Russian people and Ukraine.
Absolutely. Connie, can we stay on that topic, which Natan has captured so well, which is the world is watching the Ukrainian people not flee, but run right back in because they are fighting for their nation. They know what's at risk. And I spoke with a colleague who works for a democracy support organization. He said all of the work that the United States has done to support the Ukrainians in building institutions and in civic education, those are the people who are choosing to stay, to say we will maybe not build institutions right now, we'll document the atrocities so that we can get back to work of building institutions. Is this a moment where we're seeing a pivot, and what will that also mean for the United States? We're so polarized and worried about our democracy, and yet here is this example for us of what it means to really fight for those freedoms.
Well, I hope that the first thing that it does is to remind people that the efforts that we've made to support those who wish to live in freedom do pay dividends.
Yeah.
You hear so much, well, you can't impose freedom. No, that's right. You impose tyranny. And usually those people who are saying things like, well, those people don't care so much about freedom, they don't care about American values, they're usually people who are living on the free side of the world and can therefore have that patronizing attitude towards those who are not free. Mm-hmm. So when I think about all that places like Freedom House and the National Endowment for Democracies and American universities that have welcomed people, and Europeans as well, when I think about the history of the, what was at the time called the Conference for Security and Cooperation in Europe, where many dissidents and many civil society activists were brought, and they learned from each other, and they were ready to go in a sense. I think about the support we gave Solidarity, even under martial law. I think about the voice, as you put it, that we gave to the voiceless in jail cells. Maybe Americans can say, all right, now I know why we do that, because there are people who are willing to stand up and fight for their freedoms, to fight for the right to live their lives as they wish to live them. And I also hope that it reminds us how incredibly fortunate we are. I'm really kind of sick and tired of grumpy Americans who are grumpy about, well, our politics, yeah, it's pretty awful sometimes. Well, our government, yes, it is sometimes ineffectual. But we are so incredibly fortunate, built on the efforts and the backs of people who for generations fought to keep these freedoms before us. And so, and by the way, fought for the freedoms of others as well in Germany and in Japan and other places. And so I hope that it will shake us a little bit out of our sense that the kind of pity party that we're sometimes having, that will remind ourselves what it really means to have to fight for your freedom, and that the Ukrainians will make us recognize how very fortunate we are, and that to whom a lot is given, a lot is expected. One of the favorite Bible phrases from President Bush. Because when I hear people say America should just mind its own business, or we have so much to do in Iowa, why are we caring about Afghanistan? That is beneath us as a people. It's beneath us as an idea. America is an idea. We're not unified by ethnicity or nationality or religion. We're unified by an idea. You can come from humble circumstances. You can do great things. Every person deserves to live in freedom. So we have to keep up the fight.
To continue, to finish this remark, I want to say, not only because America feels solidarity with people who want freedom, but Ukraine and Russia, all this war is not about piece of land, not about Donbass. It's about on what principles will be based the free world, whether that world which was built after 1945, United Nations and the Helsinki Agreement and everything in order to make sure that if your neighbor is stronger than you, your freedom is not in danger. These principles are the big threat, and there is nobody in the world who can defend this principle as a principle except America. That's why it is so important that America at some moment understood that Ukrainian victory is needed for us, for Americans, for the free world.
Amen.
So well said, so well said. And I think as we look at elections in the United States and the United States' role abroad, when we go to the ballot box, we are voting for our best policies or positions, but we're also voting for people who will choose to keep our democracy strong and keep the United States engaged in the world. And so in many ways, our ballot has many, many different purposes, right? It's not just about our policy on, local schools, although that's extraordinarily important. It is also about how we stand with other countries. Let me ask maybe a tough question. As Secretary of State, I recall how many challenging elections took place during your tenure as Secretary of State, and some of which were free and fair elections, or relatively free-ish, fairish elections, but the outcomes did not bring liberal leaders, and I don't mean capital L, I mean leaders who were going to protect human rights, or leaders who were going to be committed to democratic values. How did you navigate that? How should the United States be thinking about that challenge of supporting the process and the outcome?
Well, I think the thing to remember is that democracy is a process. It's not a point in time. And so you have to get started somewhere. And frankly, I think getting started with elections is not a bad thing. Now, a lot of elections are not going to be, even if they are free and more or less fair, and by the way, you can work hard to help ensure that through trying to argue for equal access to media, for instance, for candidates, for trying to help countries through electoral support not to unlevel the playing field by the rules by which elections are going to be taken. So there are legions of electoral experts from places like the National Endowment for Democracy and the like that can help work on those technical aspects. But you also have to realize that when you have weaker institutions, sometimes you'll get a very strong executive, and then that very strong executive will destroy the other institutions around them. That's a bit what happened with Boris Yeltsin. He didn't really respect the parliament. He ruled by decree. And a strong president named Boris Yeltsin in Russia is one thing. A strong president named Vladimir Putin is quite another. And so you try to encourage that the institutions matter, not just that single election. And then when you get an outcome that you don't like, you have to agree to live by it. So I remember when the Palestinians had their elections in 2006, and I will never forget having to make that call to President Bush when we learned that actually Hamas had won. Now what do we do? Well, we said we will respect the election, but we still have some requirements. You have to accept what, by the way, the Palestinians had agreed to, that Israel has a right to exist, that you will live up to the agreements, et cetera, et cetera. So we didn't have to support Hamas, but we did have to support the will of the people. And I think you have to be willing to do that. But I also think remembering that if you have multiple elections over time, sometimes things get better. I remember very well when the Kuwaiti women were allowed to run for office for the first time, and not a single one of them won. And they were so down, and I was in Kuwait shortly after that, and I said, you have to keep trying. And I realized that they'd only campaigned among women. And I said, there are not enough of you. You've got to get some men to vote for you too. And sure enough, the next time around, some of them got elected, and they sent me a T-shirt that said, "Half a democracy is not a democracy at all." And so try to remember that sometimes these things take time, as much as you can do to make the first opportunity a good one, the first outcome's a good one. But for goodness sakes, don't be scared off about elections because the outcome might not be the one you would wish.
Absolutely, and such a great reminder that it is a moment in time, but it is also the governance that comes after it. It's such an important moment, but also...
going back to 2006 and our disagreement with our American friends, and I personally was in White House the day of elections, warning, don't call it free democratic, because they're not free and democratic. Hamas will win, and it will be terror, and what is the result of free democratic? This is not only elections themselves, but there must be civil institutions which accompany it, and that's why what America is so important, not only by the fact that every 4 years it has elections, but it has very powerful civil institutions which guarantee these elections.
Which we saw on January 6th. And by the way, Natan, I agree with you completely. One of the reasons that Hamas won was because Fatah was so corrupt.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so
it was the reason.
It was the reason that they won.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Natan, you spoke about supporting human rights activists, supporting dissidents, and you also talked about the important voice that 1 million Soviet Jews played in forming an interest group, in essence. Can you just speak about what the role and responsibility is of democracies, particularly the United States, in supporting those voices of human rights defenders around the world?
Well, first of all, it's good to remember, like today with Ukraine and Russia, that supporting democratic dissidents is not only because it's a noble thing to do and we love them, but because it's our interest, it's our real partners. Let's say dictators, we have to sign with them some agreements. We have to work on not letting the ball. But our real partners in building the future world are democratic dissidents. And the main condition of their survival is that the dictators know that the world watches, that you will have to pay a big price in your economy, in your military, and everything, if you kill them, and in many cases, Saadin Ibrahim would never be released by Mubarak if President Bush didn't put all the might of everything. Soviet Union could still exist if Soviet Jewry movement, by far the most massive dissident movement, Soviet Union, didn't turn into, from the day one, it was the struggle of all American Jews, and then of American democracy and and also Europe. Margaret Thatcher played a big role, but simply dictators would never, they understand, the dictators understand the danger of dissidents. On the other hand, they understand the danger of confrontation with powers like America. So each time they're balancing between these two dangers. And America had to remember that the real, not only the future of these people, but in fact, the stability of the world in which we live depends on the fact how much solidarity you, as a country, as a civil society, as senators and congressmen, how much support you're ready to give to these people.
Excellent. Let me have this as our final question to both of you. We're at an event talking about elections. The United States is entering into, or will have midterms and then a presidential election in 2 years. The world has a number of elections, and the world is both watching us as well as waiting for that solidarity. What advice or what final words would you say in that context, both to Americans who are looking at our elections as well as thinking about engaging the world, and then Natan as well?
Well, to Americans, I would just say, I heard a little bit of President Bush say, you have to participate, you have to vote. You know, if you don't vote, you haven't raised your voice, and so then don't complain. And so I feel very strongly about the right to vote and the responsibility to vote, although I've never favored having compulsory elections. I think people ought to take the choice to vote. I would say when we approach the world, yes, I keep hearing about the democratic recession, and yes, there are a lot of places where we've seen democracy go backwards, Turkey, Hungary, other places. But you know, in the long run, authoritarians are weak. And they're weak for a couple of reasons. One is they fear their own people because they don't have a pulse on what their people feel. Secondly, because they become a single point of failure. And all of a sudden, you know, we have this authoritarian envy sometimes. They can build great airports, yes. Well, they also had a one-child policy that now 34 million Chinese men don't have mates. And they had a zero COVID policy, which hasn't turned out to be too brilliant either. So maybe they're not actually all that smart after all. And so and the final thing I'll say about them is they are brittle. There is a moment that we learned about when we were visiting Romania, and I've called it ever since the Ceausescu moment. We were standing in this square in Romania, and the Romanians were saying to us, this is where Ceausescu had addressed 250,000 Romanians. The revolutions were going on in the Czech Republic and in Poland and all over the place, and he stood and he was telling the Romanian people what he had done for them. And they said, all of a sudden, one old woman yelled, liar. And then 10 people, and then 1,000, and then 100,000 people are yelling liar. And now Ceausescu realizes that what had been fear has simply turned to unbridled anger. Yeah. And so he turned to run. He and his wife were captured by the revolution and executed. Yeah. The Ceausescu moment will eventually come for every dictator. Yeah. And we have to keep that in mind, too.
Yeah, yeah, it was exactly repeated in Egypt after the Mubarak, exactly the same.
Yes.
Well, look, I don't want to interfere into American elections. We have enough headache with our elections.
We've got a lot who are trying.
But I want to say, of course, it's good to have good leaders elected. But no less important is to keep your unique system, which you created, which for 200 years is working like clock, to keep in place. The system which produces all these good leaders. That's all I'm saying.
Excellent. Well, please join me in thanking our two extraordinary guests. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Executive Director of the George W. Bush Institute, Holly Kuzmich.
Well, what a great way to close our program with remarks from President Bush and that outstanding panel with Secretary Rice and Natan Sharansky. It was great to ground that discussion with the global perspective as we talk about our own democracy. All of our speakers today really helped illustrate not just the current state of our elections, but what we can do to secure their future. So while we love to talk about issues, what we love even more is when there's important ways to act going forward. And that's why the Bush Institute is a member of the Partnership for American Democracy and was keen on hosting this first event in the More Perfect series. And I want to highlight on behalf of my friend, John Bridgeland, who is a coalition builder, and you're about to hear how he's a coalition builder in all these announcements I'm going to read, all of the commitments this event helped prompt. You heard of several of them, but there are many, many more. Issue 1 is launching Count Every Vote, a cross-partisan 3-year program to reestablish faith in America's elections, support election workers, and secure more federal funding for election administration and ballot security. Represent Us is working with local community leaders to organize bipartisan community groups through Protect Pennsylvania elections and Protect Wisconsin elections. Interfaith America will activate the social capital of higher education and faith communities across the nation with something called Vote is Sacred, a program to underscore the centrality of the vote in a religiously diverse democracy. The People is creating Peace at the Polls, an initiative to marshal volunteers and others in the civic space to speak up and advocate for peace throughout the election and governing process. We the Veterans is launching Vet the Vote, a national campaign to recruit 100,000 veterans and military family members to become the next generation of poll workers. Civic Nation is recruiting 5,000 attorneys to volunteer their time to ensure trusted elections in 2022. And American Promise is launching Combating Foreign Influence in U.S. Elections, which is a bipartisan effort to support state ballot initiatives and federal initiatives to eliminate foreign government influence in state and federal elections. It's a long list, but it tells you about the important work that will be happening going forward. And I know many of the presidential centers around the country, including ours, are supporting these efforts to strengthen our democracy. We also have representatives, as you heard Ken Hirsch mention before, from the Obama Foundation, from the Reagan Foundation, from the Carter Foundation, from the LBJ Foundation. We're glad they're all here and joining us in this important work. Let's give a round of applause to all of those commitments that were made today. And then once again, on behalf of the Partnership for American Democracy, I want to thank all the people who fund this important work. They launched with founding support from the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, the Skoll Foundation, and the Walmart Foundation, 3 organizations that share a commitment to advancing democratic renewal and who have announced renewed commitments to the shared work. So I want to thank, in particular, we heard from Stephen Heinz today, the Rockefeller Brothers Fund and the Office of American Possibilities for announcing $10 million in funding for the Trust for Civic Infrastructure, Pat Harrison and Michael Levy at the Corporation for Public Broadcasting for the more than $1.4 million in support of the American Amplified Journalism Initiative and for its Remaking America initiative, to Natalie Tran at the CAA Foundation and Civic Alliance, and Michael Carney at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation for their efforts to ensure that employees are able to fully participate in elections as voters and poll workers. And we've got several other commitments. The Walmart Foundation has made 2 investments totaling $1 million, made primarily in support of bridge building work. Their most recent investment will help scale initiatives that bridge political and cultural divides in 2 sectors, higher education and libraries. The Skoll Foundation, Don Gipps, Bruce Lowry, and Tim Carlberg have pledged $500,000 to a new community election protection program to provide support to community leaders in vulnerable jurisdictions. The Lilly Endowment, Clay Robbins, for their $250,000 investment that will engage the faith-based community in shoring up our democracy. Karen and Jerry Goldberg for launching a new fund at the Jewish Community Foundation of Greater Hartford to advance More Perfect's national service and volunteering goals. Collectively, these initiatives amount to $30 million in new philanthropic investment. They will go to frontline institutions making progress on the Partnership for American Democracy's 5 sustainable democracy goals. Finally, I want to thank all of the partners here today, our partners from the presidential centers, and I want to highlight that the next event in this series, the next action-forcing event to move the sustainable democracy goals forward, is going to be on civic learning. It will be September 9th at the Ronald Reagan Library in California. So I want to thank you all again, to our partners, our speakers. I want to thank our team here at the Bush Center, in particular Chris Walsh, David Kramer, Kristen King, Sarah Gibbons, many others who helped put on this event. And my last charge to all of us is the founders wanted us to celebrate democracy too, so join us outside the auditorium for a reception to end our program. Thank you all.